Ladies and gentlemen, countries have long used disarmament, arms control, and non-proliferation measures to support their national security objectives. Since the last decade, disarmament, arms control, and non-proliferation toolbox has actually expanded considerably. Oftentimes, arms control and disarmament measures are developed and implemented as part of conflict prevention and stabilization strategies. The illicit trade in small arms and light weapons has posed significant challenges to West African security and development for decades. The ECOWAS moratorium, as you know, and the ECOWAS convention have shown strong level of national as well as regional commitments to address the issues. The outer space is an increasingly critical arena for modern military forces and new capabilities, creating the potentials for space assets to be targeted for either disruption or destruction. The uses of improvised explosive devices, IEDs in West Africa, continue to pose serious threats to security forces, multinational peace operations, and civilian livelihoods across our region. The biological sciences and biotechnology are also advancing rapidly, creating new opportunities to apply biology to address several societal challenges. However, same can also be applied for hostile purposes. These are some of the teasers, ladies and gentlemen, that in the next 2 days, this very important meeting will interrogate. And therefore, without wasting much of our time, I would like to now invite our dignitaries for the opening ceremony. His Excellency Ambassador Abdul Fattah Musa, the Commissioner, Political Affairs, Peace and Security of ECOWAS, the Director, United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, Dr. Robin Rees, who is unavoidably absent. The representative of the Director is joining us online. These are the dignitaries, the two dignitaries that would deliver the opening statements. As you know, this is an inter-institutional collaboration between ECOWAS as well as UNIDIR to be able to deliver on some of the specific objectives of the items that I earlier highlighted. So at this point, I would like to invite the representative of the Director of UNIDIR to deliver the welcome statement. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Excellency Ambassador Musa, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning from Geneva. It is a great honor and a privilege to open this first ECOWAS UNIDIR regional seminar on disarmament and arms control with Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security of ECOWAS. Thank you, Excellency, for blessing this event with your presence. And greetings and a warm welcome to all the participants in Abuja and also those joining us online. My name is Cécile Abtel and I'm the Deputy Director of UNIDIR. We at UNIDIR are extremely grateful to ECOWAS. First, to you, Excellency, as Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and also to your colleagues, in particular those in the Small Arms Division, and notably to have requested at the end of last year to work with UNIDIR to prepare a regional seminar so as to consider pressing issues for the region and the world on disarmament, arms control, and security. UNIDIR greatly values its long-standing partnership with ECOWAS, in particular between ECOWAS' Small Arms Division and UNIDIR's conventional arms and ammunition program. UNIDIR's director Robin Geis, would have very much liked to join the event, but this was unfortunately not possible due to conflicting commitments. He has asked me to convey his warmest greetings, and I will now do my best to provide these opening remarks on his behalf. And I will also next provide some remarks in the first session on disarmament, arms control, and non-proliferation. This is UNIDIR's first hybrid regional seminar with an African regional economic community to involve all of UNIDIR's programs. We will be covering a range of issues, including those that were mentioned earlier, ranging from conventional weapons to outer space issues. And we hope that this signals the importance that we attach to our engagement with the ECOWAS Commission and ECOWAS member states too. We also hope that this marks just the first in a series of ECOWAS UNIDIR regional seminars on disarmament and arms control. We think that the region and the world will continue to need the analytical insights and recommendations for action that this dialogue will certainly produce. I know that ECOWAS and UNIDIR have put together a stimulating agenda for the next couple of days with excellent speakers that will be discussing issues such as: one, strengthening synergies between disarmament, development, and equality; two, tackling illicit arms trafficking; three, examining processes to facilitate the safe, secure, and sustainable use of space for all of humankind; four, countering the proliferation of improvised explosive devices, also known as EIDs. Then also developments in effort to prevent and prohibit the development and use of biological weapons. And finally, how to deal with a cyber incident. Together, great strides have been made between ECOWAS and UNIDIR to work towards strengthening weapons and ammunition management across the region to support the achievement of the objective of the ECOWAS Convention on Small Arms and Light Weapons, their ammunition and other related material. Cooperation is also in a strong position on efforts to counter the proliferation and use of improvised explosive devices, an issue you will hear more about later and which is becoming an increasing threat to countries and communities across the region. So I hope that this first regional seminar marks the start of a new phase of enhanced cooperation. And we also hope that the discussion you will be engaging in during the next 2 days can help with your own work towards sustainable peace, security, and development, as well as potentially fostering new areas for collaboration and further examination. I would like to underline the commitment and efforts of ECOWAS over the past years to bring the concept for a joint regional seminar to reality, and really to thank you for involving UNIDIR in this important initiative. We are extremely honored to be with you on this journey, and I know that we will all be trying as hard as possible to join the second such regional seminar next year, including Dr. Geis, our director. UNIDIR's participation in this seminar would not have been possible without the support of our generous donors, especially those providing unearmarked funding. It is such funding that makes our contribution towards initiatives such as this one possible. We would like also to thank GIZ for their support in the preparation of this seminar. And of course, importantly, this seminar would not be possible without everyone present here today, you, Excellency, and all of your colleagues, and also UNIDIR colleagues in the room, whether you're in person or also joining in virtually. You make these discussions possible through your attendance and your insightful and active participation. So with this, I very much look forward to and wish everyone 2 days filled with fruitful and engaging discussions. Thank you again, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and I turn the floor back to you.
Thank you. That was the, the statement by the representative of the director of UNIDIR. Can we give UNIDIR another round of applause, please? At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Ambassador Abdul Fattah Musa, the Commissioner Political Affairs, Peace and Security of ECOWAS, for his statement. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, I can see so many familiar faces here. The Koulibaly is here. My sister Fia Kubu of the Ghana, you know, what is it, Commission on Small Arms, one colleagues, you know, and others. So I'm really very delighted, you know, to be here amongst you for this very important event. It's my pleasure, therefore, to welcome you all to the maiden edition of the ECOWAS UNIDIR Annual Regional Conference on Disarmament and Non-Proliferation. I wish to express, on behalf of the ECOWAS management, my profound appreciation to everyone present here, physically, and to our numerous virtual participants. This is a clear demonstration of the importance of the subject matter and the timeliness of hosting it in the ECOWAS region. I wish to personally thank Dr. Robin Gaze, the director of the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR, and members of his team, particularly the Conventional Arms and Ammunition Branch, for the effective collaboration with ECOWAS over the last 5 years. I wish also to acknowledge the continued support that our region, you know, gets within the framework of the weapons and ammunitions baseline assessment. That is the one, you know, BA, jointly concluded in 10 of our member states already. I must emphasize that the annual regional seminar on disarmament is another very important initiative that ECOWAS is jointly hosting with UNIDIR. And I am pleased that we are all gathered here to launch the maiden edition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this conference constitutes one of the significant milestones for ECOWAS Commission in our drive towards establishing regional standards in arms and ammunition control, and by extension, effectively supporting our member states in controlling arms proliferation, thereby contributing to the enhancement of peace and security in the region. With the spirit of terrorist attacks, banditry, and kidnapping in parts of our region, the need for sustained effort towards reducing access to small arms and ammunition cannot be emphasized. And, at this stage, I just, want to emphasize the role, that terrorist groups, violent extremist groups are, playing, using, particularly improvised explosive devices as the weapon of convenience, for them, and the need actually to control it. The coming ECOWAS summit in December will have counter-terrorism and countering violent extremism as a major theme. And its purpose is actually to eradicate terrorism from our, region. And in that respect, combating arms proliferation is very central, to that, effort as well. As the weapons of choice for the perpetrators of these crimes and criminality, visible effort must be seen at both national, regional, and global level in addressing the menace of arms and ammunition. And we are at the receiving end of, this arms proliferation crisis in the world. Hardly any West African country produces weapons, bar artisanal factories and then things like that. So about the producing countries and also the region, the consumer countries, and in the middle, the brokers, who ECOWAS is doing everything to combat, must all, come together, the producers, the consumers, and then, those people who are involved in the illicit racket, that spreads weapons of destruction across the region. With the entry into force of the Arms Trade Treaty in particular, and with 14 ratification of the ATT by ECOWAS member states out of the 15, it is an imperative that we have effective oversight on conventional arms and ammunition. In this regard, I wish to disclose that ECOWAS not only supported the national efforts at the ratification of the ATT, but it also coordinated the adoption of an ECOWAS model framework for the harmonization of national legislation to enable our member states to effectively implement both the ECOWAS Convention on Small Arms as well as the Arms Trade Treaty seamlessly. At this juncture, distinguished participants, I would like to underscore that the ECOWAS UNIDIR collaboration on the establishment of weapons and ammunition management baseline assessment has been impactful and has continued to yield commendable results in our member states. The assessments help in bringing out the realities relating to the current needs, capacities, and challenges of our member states with regards to the entire life cycle management of arms and ammunition. I'm optimistic that the recommendations in these BAs related gaps in legislative, administrative, and other procedural issues are currently being addressed by the states concerned. I am delighted also that this conference has drawn credible participation of key experts from principal institutions working on the subject matter from across the globe. We are talking about civil society organizations, colleagues from the United Nations system who are here present, including UNIDIR, and others. I can see some of my immediate former colleagues, also in the hall from the UN system. It is therefore my expectation that this maiden edition of the seminar and the subsequent ones in coming years will generate wide-ranging discussions dwelling on the diversity of thematic issues. It is also worthy of note that the overall focus of the annual seminar series is to have in-depth expert analysis and informed conversation pertinent to current global controls and standards on small arms and light weapons, ballistic missile, chemical, biological, and toxin weapons conventions. It is also to deal with other conventional arms, such as autonomous weapon systems, cluster munitions, and the peaceful uses of outer space, among others. Distinguished participants, as I bring my statement to conclusion, I would like to reiterate that our presence here demonstrates your unbridled commitment in moving the disarmament agenda forward. I want to reassure you that ECOWAS will continue to host this event and mobilize relevant technical and financial resources in support of this and similar initiatives to accompany our member states. I'm equally confident that our partnership with UNIDIR will continue to grow from strength to strength as we mainstream most of these initiatives into our regular budget with a view to expanding the scale of engagement to wider stakeholders. I wish to thank the management of UNIDIR once again for accepting to provide technical and financial support toward the successful hosting of this seminar. In the same vein, I wish to thank GIZ through Okwall T project for accompanying also the process. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I wish to declare the maiden edition of the ECOWAS UNIDIR Annual Regional Seminar on Disarmament officially, open. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have had the opening ceremony. We are now going into the first technical session. But before we do that, I think we need to know and update ourselves on the agenda. So I would like to invite Paul, Mr. Paul, the head of Conventional Arms and Ammunition Branch, to introduce the agenda to all of us. And even before then, probably I would like to ask for introduction, but this is not the time. We need to gain. We are beginning to lose some of the time. So we will have to go into the technical session directly. I will hand over now to Mr. Paul to continue to introduce the agenda that we have. The journalists, please, as I said, take the shots that you needed to take and also take your leave. Thank you. Paul, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sani. And as this is the first time that I'm speaking, I just want to say it's a great pleasure and an honor to be here with you all in Abuja in person. As Dr. Sani mentioned, I'm the head of the Conventional Arms and Ammunition Program at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research in Geneva in Switzerland. I'm delighted that I will be walking you through the agenda as it currently stands for the next 2 days that we have here in Abuja. And for those of you joining online, welcome as well. We hope that you find the next 2 days as stimulating as it will be for those who are joining us here in person. We've organized together 7 stimulating sessions on developments, trends, and practical efforts to foster cooperation for strengthening disarmament and arms control efforts in West Africa, but also making a contribution from this region to multilateral and global efforts. We're going to be looking at issues, as has been mentioned already, from improvised explosive devices to satellites. And we'll be highlighting ways to build bridges and break silos across many areas and many domains, but in particular, strengthening synergies between disarmament, development, and equality as well. Given some of the changes we've had to the agenda in the past couple of days, I thought I would give you the timings, of course, in West Africa time, and introduce some of the sessions and the excellent experts that you'll be listening to over the coming days, and that I hope will stimulate discussion in this room, online, and also your thoughts as you either fly back or turn off your computers in the next couple of days. The first session will begin at 10:30 Abuja time, and it will address disarmament, arms control, and non-proliferation. And we have 2 excellent keynote speakers. In a slight change to the agenda, we'll have Dr. Sani seated to my left, and also Dr. Cecile Abtel of UNIDIR. We'll then have a short break before returning at 11:30 West Africa time for the second session on disarmament, development, and equality. Dr. Ogbe will be present on this panel from ECOWAS, alongside Hala Salama and Dr. Siobhan O'Neill of UNIDIR, Anna Agata Akello of the Mines Advisory Group, MAG, and Fatima Yetcha Ajimi Badu of the Mabuka Consultancy Services. For those of you in Abuja, you'll have the pleasure of a fantastic lunch after this session finishes. And I also hope that you have some great snacks and lunch for those joining online. Then we'll return at 1:30 Abuja time for our third session. And this will be on lessons learned in tackling the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons. We have some excellent speakers for this session as well. Again, Dr. Sani Adamu of ECOWAS, my colleague Mohamed Koulibaly of UNIDIR, the Honorable Tekla Maxwell Grigsby of the Liberian National Commission on Small Arms, Matthias Steinebach of Akwati that we heard about earlier. There will then be a short break after this session before we come back at 3 p.m. for the final session of the day on space security with my UNIDIR colleagues James Revel and Sarah Erickson, and Abim Bola Alale of the Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited. And then we hopefully will let you go at around 4 p.m. to reflect on some of the fantastic discussions and presentations you've heard on this first day. Tomorrow, on Wednesday, the 9th of November, we'll start at 9:30 West African time with a session on countering the proliferation and use of improvised explosive devices, IEDs. We've already heard several of the opening statements highlight the importance of this critical issue, and I'm sure we'll have a rich and stimulating discussion as we have some fantastic panelists, including Carl Wagner of the Bonn International Center for Conflict Studies, Nicole Ntagabo of the Mines Advisory Group MAG, Thomas Onokwa of the Nigerian Army Cyber Warfare Command, and then my colleague Anna Mensah from UNIDIR. Again, a short break, and we'll have you back here at 11 o'clock Abuja time for a session on biosecurity with presentations by Lebogang Filele of South Africa's Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and then James Revel and Maria Gathon Maceda of UNIDIR. Again, for those of you in Abuja, you'll have a fantastic lunch, and then we'll come back for an afternoon session from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. West African time, in which we'll all learn how to deal with a cyber incident. So something I think that could be very interesting and new for many of us in this room. The seminar will then conclude with a closing ceremony at 4 p.m. Abuja time, where we'll quickly review the meeting report and the summary of our proceedings and some of the key recommendations that are coming from the fantastic discussions here. Now, despite several years of running meetings online, thanks to COVID, and many, many years of doing so in person, as we mentioned, we're in an expert meeting with a hybrid option. So please bear with us, as there may well be some technical difficulties, but I know the first session went extremely well, and I'm extremely appreciative to all of you for being present, both here in person and also online, for what I'm sure and very, very confident will be not just a fantastic meeting, but setting a very important milestone for cooperation between ECOWAS and UNIDIR, and the first in what I'm confident will be a fantastic series of annual meetings on pertinent and pressing issues for security, disarmament, arms control, and development. So thank you all for your attention. And with that, I hope you have some clarity about how we'll proceed over the next couple of days, and I look forward to engaging with you all as we move forward. Thank you so much for your attention. And Dr. Sani, back to you.
Thank you, Paul. This is the session that will begin. You know, we all have ideas in terms of what we needed to discuss here. The agenda for this session is also clearly shared. What is important for us at the level of ECOWAS is to be able to project in terms of our progress, you know, in the implementation of the ECOWAS Convention. We all clearly know the ECOWAS Convention on small arms and light weapons came into force since September 2009, and progressively, a lot of regional as well as national level efforts, you know, were deployed to be able to implement the key provisions of the convention. One of the flagship of ECOWAS's arms transfer policy is the ECOWAS exemption process, which a number of us are fully conversant with and are also fully familiar with it. This is a unique model that across the world is only in the ECOWAS region that you see, you know, sovereign entities relinquishing parts of their sovereignty to a regional organization. Any country that is importing arms and ammunition will have to subject, you know, that importation, that procurement process to the scrutiny of ECOWAS Commission. ECOWAS Commission will not only form its own opinion about any of the requests, but will also share with other member states, so that we generate consensus, we also build trust among our member states. In the event of any objection of that particular request from any of the member states, we escalate the request to the Mediation and Security Council of ECOWAS, which is comprising the ministers of defense and security of all the member states for adjudication. This is an important model, and I want to share with you here that since the entry into force of the convention, incrementally, we've been seeing consistency in the level of compliance by our member states. This is also, there is no gainsaying, therefore, that the robust national ownership of the convention is clearly being translated in what we are seeing from the perspective of the exemption process. The implementation as well as coordination arrangements. This is also a very important, flagship intervention that ECOWAS Commission consistently, since the entry into force of the convention. We needed to see a national structure. We needed to see a national platform that would drive the process of the effective implementation of the convention. Article 24 of the convention, obligates member states to put in place, national commissions. And I must also report here that the 15 member states have demonstrated significant level of commitment in terms of actually putting in place, robust national commissions, not only providing, offices, but also providing personnel, but also above all, providing, budgetary provisions. So these are some of the key highlights of what we have recorded over time. The physical security and stockpile management. We all know some of the challenges in terms of proliferation of arms are also related to, leakages in some of the armories that we have, some of the abuses, official abuses of the stockpiles of our security forces. ECOWAS Commission is not resting on its oars in terms of actually putting in place, continental global, standards to come to bear on what our member states are doing. And by extension, therefore, substantial, significant injection of support over time were provided to be able to strengthen our stockpile management practices. Supports related to refurbishing of armories, supports related to also training and retraining of storage managers. This is an important engagement, and we have multiple actors that are providing this support. The German government, for instance, will have a robust 5-year strategic agreement that through the verification office in Germany and the multinational small arms group, which is bringing important actors around the world to provide training on modern methods of efficient stockpile management practices. This we started since 2018, and I must also say currently in Moravia, the second level series of this intervention is currently taking place in Moravia with a number of our security forces in attendance. This is one of the flagship programs of ECOWAS within the framework of strengthening capacities at national level so that our security forces will be able to generate the required capacity. It will also generate the required experiences to enable them deliver on their task. Transnational organized crime problems. We all know We need at this point incrementally also to begin to establish the nexus between small arms control and other transnational organized trafficking challenges. And this is why we're having programs, we're having initiatives in our member states to be able to deal with transnational organized crimes. If drug trafficking, if human trafficking initiatives are done in silos, as well as small arms trafficking, we will continuously be working in silos, and we will continuously be working and fighting the fight endlessly. So we need, at this point, which ECOWAS Commission, through its Okwati project, we are putting forward, effective template that will allow us to generate the need for synergies and complementarities among key actors in the drug in the drug fight, key actors also in the human trafficking fight. This is important for us, and it's a model that the ECOWAS region is showcasing and is putting forward for other regions to copy. Silencing the guns. This is an important element. We have heard it from the opening statement. The ECOWAS region is always at the receiving end. We need to deploy effective national processes, effective political processes, as well as technical processes that will allow us to actually fully silence the guns. How do we do that? On the continent, the African Union, has declared the need for us to actually silence the guns through the project, the Silencing of the Guns project. We in the ECOWAS region have keyed into that continental initiative. We have, through our national level engagements, we have identified key priorities for all our countries within the plan of action of silencing the guns. We also clearly identified the regional level priorities so that effectively we'll be able to accompany our member states into this fight. Now, lastly, with the entry into force in December 2014 of the Arms Trade Treaty, the context in our region is changing, gradually changing, and the focus is to be able to see that our member states are also having the capacity, effective capacities, to control not only small arms and light weapons, but also other conventional categories of arms. And this is why the ECOWAS Commission deployed all efforts since 2013, when the negotiation processes started at the UN level. We galvanized, regional efforts and put in place a formidable, formidable common approach, during the negotiation in 2013 at the UN level for the ATT. And the common approach led to the resultant effect of having small arms and light weapons as a category, the eighth category of the Arms Trade Treaty. With the entry into force of the ATT, of course, we need to also see that Article 24 of the convention that obligates member states to put in place the national commissions. How do we begin to see the ability of member states to generate the need for expanding their national laws, as well as the laws governing the establishment of the national commissions? And this was why we had the ECOWAS model harmonization framework adopted by governmental experts. I'm happy to report here that some of our countries have taken the lead in terms of actually fully, reviewing their national laws, not only the laws governing arms and ammunition possession in the country, but also the laws governing the establishment of the national commissions. So like Liberia, for instance, will come to hear during the session the unique efforts which the Nigerian government, through the National Commission, actually fully deployed. And we now have, instead of National Commission on small arms in Liberia, we have National Commissions on arms, meaning they have capacity, they have the ability to also exercise full oversight, on conventional arms as well. this is the practical way to go. And this is what ECOWAS Commission is actually promoting. Within the framework of the harmonization guide, is going to help member states to also, do the same. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want to, this is just to set the context and to also bring us up to speed in terms of the progress within the ECOWAS region in doing this. But lastly, I will also say and share with you our 5-year strategic planning process, which is the 5-year plan of action for the implementation of the convention. A lot of it will be discussed during the illicit trafficking session, just to be able to share with you some of the progress in that respect. So at this point, I would like to hand over the microphone to our colleague online, the Deputy Director of UNIDIR, so that she would, Cecile after will help us also set the stage in terms of the processes, global processes, as well as obligations, looking at the wide-ranging categories of conventional arms. So, Madam Cecile, Dr. Cecile, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Very well, very well.
Excellent. And it is really a true pleasure to be joining the session again. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for your address. So Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, as we were already discussing, these are indeed very challenging times for the region, but also more generally for the world and also for our planet. Just the past years, this year, in fact, 2022 has been marked by armed conflicts, some continuing, some new ones, cascading global crises, and really a very complex security environment with complex dilemmas. And so within that context, the challenges facing disarmament, arms control, and the maintenance of international peace and security loom larger than ever. The war in Ukraine has exacerbated the situation among the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. That in turn has exacerbated the situation for many people that are already suffering from armed conflict that were pre-existing and other new ones, and other situations of violence across West Africa, and in fact, large parts of the African continent, and again, around the globe. At the same time, the existential dangers posed by nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction have been brought back to the fore. There is a real threat that many had long overlooked in view of the immediate harm that conventional weapons and ammunition cause every day. So we really are facing a situation in which we have continuing issues with older weapons and also at the same time the emergence of new weapons and new forms of conflict. Against the backdrop of mounting geopolitical tensions, the rapid development of biotechnology and biosciences, for instance, and their potential use for non-peaceful purposes is a growing area of concerns. Conflicts have further become increasingly so-called hybrid, being carried out both, in fact, in the kinetic world as well as in the cyber domain. And that, in particular, we've seen as posing serious risk to civilian infrastructure, including critical infrastructure that has to do with the generation of electricity, of water supply. And all of that in a context where, as we know, with the negotiation going on currently in Egypt, our planet is also unfortunately seeing that, it is facing crucial challenges, but also our planet is not the only place, not the limit where for modern warfare, not the only place where conflict is being carried out, as outer space and its assets are today more likely than ever to be targeted in conflicts or also used in conflict, from issues of reconnaissance and surveillance to other potential threats and use. In all of these areas, the international community has taken important strides to better understand, govern, and mitigate these risks. This is true, and that's really important. But this very progress has become hampered by rising geopolitical tensions, hence my earlier reference to also the UN Security Council. As today's conflicts and crises are growing ever more complex and also ever more interlinked, connecting the dots and thinking outside of silos is more important than it has ever been. The disarmament and arms control community, as well as other communities, those involved in research and practice surrounding conflict prevention, development, and equality, all can learn much more from each other in this regard. And we at UNIDIR are therefore really delighted that this first ECOWAS UNIDIR regional seminar addresses a wide range of issues in a clear effort to bring these communities closer together and take a holistic view of disarmament and arms control. This seminar that we are opening today builds on a long-standing partnership between ECOWAS and UNIDIR, who have cooperated on arms control, disarmament, and the reduction of armed violence in West Africa for many years. As I mentioned in the earlier session with the Commissioner, our joint activities have supported the implementation of the ECOWAS Convention and related conventional arms instruments via research, but also advisory and capacity support activities. A series of comprehensive national weapons and ammunition baseline assessment in ECOWAS member states, as well as work on regional responses to the threat posed by improvised explosive devices are some of the most current examples of our joint work, but only some of those examples. ECOWAS' many efforts in the field of disarmament and arms control are therefore inherently linked to what we do as UNIDIR too. Therefore, when ECOWAS asked if we would be interested in joining forces to organize a regional seminar, it really did not take long for us at UNIDIR to say yes. As you know, UNIDIR is the UN Institute on Disarmament Research. We stand within the United Nations, although we are also autonomous within the United Nations. UNIDIR's director, Dr. Rabin Gais, would have very much liked to provide remarks for this session in person, but unfortunately, due to conflicting commitments, he's not able to join this event, but very much hope and look forward to participating very actively in what will hopefully be the next second ECOWAS UNIDIR regional seminar next year. The vision of UNIDIR is a more secure, stable, and sustainable world, very much fitting with the vision, the goal, and the Charter of the United Nations. To support the international community in addressing some of the world's most pressing international security challenges, some that I was mentioning earlier, our institute conducts independent research. We also provide evidence-based analysis and advice. We try to come up with innovative ideas, and we facilitate inclusive dialogue. The breadth of UNIDIR's expertise is reflected in our 5 core research programs. These 5 programs lie at the heart of the Institute. They are the Conventional Arms and Ammunition Program, first and foremost, and I'm delighted to have colleagues from this program present with you today, including, of course, Dr. Holtom, Paul Holtom, who heads this program. A second program at UNIDIR is the Weapons of Mass Destruction Program. We also have a space program, a security and technology program, and a gender and disarmament program. We, in addition, also undertake or support 2 special research projects. One related to the issue of the Middle East Weapons of Mass Destruction Free Zone, where a lot is to be learned from other initiatives, such as the African Free Zone. And the last project that we support focuses on managing exits from armed conflicts. In addition to those programs and projects, UNIDIR also work on forward-looking and long-term research on disarmament. In this context, we are currently setting up the UNIDIR Futures Lab, which intends to bring together expertise from our programs, but also enable cross-programmatic, interdisciplinary thinking about future battlefields, new and on the horizon technologies, and the related disarmament challenges. I should also mention that we have launched an academy, the UNIDIR Academy, that works on capacity strengthening, and we look forward to also working closely with ECOWAS as part of this effort. Because we are part of the United Nations, but also an autonomous entity within the United Nations, UNIDIR is able to exercise a critical bridge building function, which we think is particularly crucial in this fraught global security environment. Just to give you an example of how we do that, we convene major flagship events on an annual basis. I'll mention some of them. One deals with innovations, the innovation dialogues. We just had it last month in New York, and we were looking at artificial intelligence and the responsible use of artificial intelligence in security context. Another such event is the Cyber Stability Conference. And just to mention a third one, because it just happened last week, we also organized a space security conference where we look at outer space and the security challenges in this context. Again, bringing together, for instance, we had on the same panel last week a representative from Russia and China with the United States of America in the room. In the current context, having these people speak together of outer space security is a key bridge building effort and clear initiative that we take. We also provide support and expertise, including to the Conference on Disarmament, as well as the first committee of the UN General Assembly and the UN Security Council. And we engage substantively with numerous fora, such as those relating to, for instance, the Biological Weapon Convention, which will soon have its review conference held in Geneva at the end of this month, November. Or also the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, and that's just to name a few. We also provide specific technical expert support to various groups of governmental experts convened by the United Nations, as well as open-ended working groups. And you'll hear more about some of these in the subsequent sessions and tomorrow. And of course, certainly of great importance to us, we cooperate with regional organizations such as ECOWAS and also the African Union, as well as with other UN partners, including, of course, the UN Office on Disarmament Affairs, UNODA. We invite you to follow our work and to reach out if you'd like to propose partnerships and ideas for collaboration. We regularly publish publications that you may find of interest. And again, do not hesitate if you have any questions on these, but also if you have further ideas for partnerships or issues for collaboration. A significant aspect of UNIDIR's mission is the production and transfer of knowledge and ideas and the collaboration among different places to transfer this knowledge. As I mentioned earlier, we are currently assembling under the umbrella of the UNIDIR Academy the many courses that we offer. As part of this initiative, we have delivered our annual disarmament orientation course for newly arrived diplomats in Geneva, jointly with the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs. We've also organized a summer school on security and technology together with UNIDIR, and that was really providing scenario-based exercise with disarmament diplomats, and that's really what was that summer school. And we are also developing an online course for youth, for people that we look at the bracket 18 to 25 years old, and we very much hope that young people from throughout the region will be connecting and taking this online course. We are especially delighted to now see this ECOWAS seminar on disarmament and arms control commence and really notably in the context of this UNIDIR Academy. This seminar would not be possible without the excellent initiative and relentless efforts of ECOWAS. And so I would like to again express my gratitude to ECOWAS, its leadership, and to all of you. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our generous donors, especially those providing unearmarked funding. That is what enabled us to do this initiative. Importantly, this seminar will not really be possible without your presence and your engagement today, for those of you in the room in Abuja, but also those of you joining us virtually online. You are the one who will make these discussions possible through your attendance and participation, and also through sharing your insights. And so I and my colleagues, we all very much look forward to those debates and exchanges, and we wish everyone those 2 days of seminars as being filled with fruitful and engaging discussions. So thank you again, and I look forward to seeing this regional seminar progress and also planning the 2023 edition with ECOWAS. Thank you again, and back to you.
Yes, thank you, Cecile. You have had the backgrounder for what will take us through the next 2 days. Please, at this initial stage, if anyone has a question, either directed at UNIDIR or ECOWAS, please feel free. We give some 2, 3, 5 minutes for discussion. So please, any question or any commentary where possible. It's either that we all didn't understand the 2 presenters, or you understood very, very well. So General Chiroko, over to you. Give it to.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the National Coordinator.
Sorry, if anyone takes the floor, please introduce yourself like you're doing, including your name, please.
You called my rank, so I thought everybody knows me. All right, I am Major General Anleni Daniel Chinoko, retired. I'm the Arms Registrar from the National Center for Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons, Nigeria. I first of all want to use this opportunity to appreciate ECOWAS and UNIDIR for bringing up this seminar. I want to say that ECOWAS seems to be ahead of the whole world in terms of leading the gun in the curbing of the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, starting from the Convention of 2006 and to what we are also seeing today, having this type of seminar. I think it is worthy of commendation. It is also glad to state that a lot of other countries are doing quite a lot. I would say Nigeria is really doing very, very well in terms of trying to see how we can reduce the proliferation of small arms and light weapons in Nigeria. One of the directorates we opened is the International and Regional Directorate. And glad to say that we've taken a tour, a visit around the countries surrounding Nigeria with the aim of, working together to see how we can mitigate this proliferation of small arms into Nigeria. And very beautiful results came out of such our visits. And we have, in fact, a former ambassador heading that directorate, and they did quite a very beautiful job. On the 24th of November, let me announce to this house that we shall be carrying out destruction of small arms that we've been able to gather within just 1 year of our establishment, and that will be taking place in Kaduna. I think we have invited quite a number of organizations, leading with our leader, the ECOWAS. We have invited them, and other MAG, GIZ, and so on. I think we've invited all. If you've not gotten the letter is on its way, but I think we've done that. So I just want to say that this is beautiful. We should really keep up this team, and let it not just be an academic gathering, but whatever comes out of this, let's implement. Thank you very much, Dr. Sani, for the privilege. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, General, for your kind words. Yeah, it's really encouraging, and also happy to hear some of the progress that the Nigerian Center is making, which is important. Any more comment? There's an online question. Probably, Dr. Sise, if you can respond to it by mentioning the question for us here, then maybe you respond, because it's directed at UNIDIR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question in the chat, I'll read this from Peter Hardy, and it concerned disarmament, disintegration, and reintegration. It says the mentioned comprehensive approach to disarmament, asking what can be said about connections with communities, including women, gender, youth, especially in the ECOWAS Sahel region, especially in view of the new UN approach to disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, which is applicable outside of the framework of peace agreements. I will only just say 2 words on this, because in fact, the next session will in fact be looking at those issues, and I expect that Sheban and Fatima will in fact be discussing specifically disarmament and reintegrations and the complex challenges that we see. But it is an important question, and we know very well in contexts such as ECOWAS, but in other parts of the world, how in fact different communities, different groups of people, women, girls, but also really on youth and age, have different challenges in terms of reintegration. And we have conducted some research under the Managing Exit of Armed Conflict project, which I mentioned earlier as one of the projects that UNIDIR support, that really indicates how a better granular understanding of how different categories of people face different challenges in reintegrating is key to have a better policy approach, and also better programming and better support sustainable reintegration, which in turn is absolutely key for sustainable peace. And it goes to the comment, and General, thank you for your comments and intervention, and we're delighted as well to see the progress being made in Nigeria. It goes hand in hand between the question of the challenges in disarming and the managing weapons and ammunition, and how that really directly impacts the quality of reintegration. So thank you for these comments, and again, those issues will be touched upon and elaborated more in the subsequent panel. Thank you. And also, in fact, I mean, let me also thank you, Dr. Sani Adamu, for your remarks earlier.
Thank you. Okay, so this is, in the absence of any additional question, we are closing up session 1. Okay, and then, please. Can you give him the microphone, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Sani. And thank you also, Dr. Deputy of UNIDIR. I am Azian Kwaja from Côte d'Ivoire. I work on DDR, small and light weapon, and also WOM. As you said, we have now many or more instruments and toolbox and policies and conventional. And UNIDIR has done a lot of publication, a lot of study also. But I think that the challenges is now ownership. It's a problem of ownership. So my question is for you. What's the limit to go ahead of ownership?
Okay, thank you, Anzen. That was an excellent question. I was distracted actually, so I didn't get the last part. You know, national ownership, as well as stakeholders' ownership of any process is an endeavor. You need to painstakingly, mobilize not only technical but also financial efforts to allow, particularly our member states, to own a process. You have to engage and re-engage at different levels. And ECOWAS Commission, like you know, we are an active member in the ECOWAS space. You've been in this. So we, for instance, the ECOWAS model framework for the harmonization of legislations. Initially, when we started, we have had, we identified individual experts in the region, which you were part of them. You help us to elaborate the document, the initial document that was given to us by Safer World. When you brought in the regional specificities into the document, we also felt we needed to enlarge it in terms of getting more stakeholders to be able to understand the process, to also understand the model. We engaged with them, some of them at bilateral level, some we had conferences like this, and we were able to put forward that particular framework for their inputs. At the end of the process, we invited governmental experts. All the 15 member states had converged on Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. It was then we had the thorough discussions in terms of all the chapters of the model framework. And member states, relevant actors from member states that attended actually provided useful inputs, which enriched the final document. And the document eventually was adopted. So after the adoption of the document, at the strategic level, the ECOWAS Commission forwarded these documents to our governments, because the government, the high-level functionaries in government will have to also be aware of what ECOWAS is doing. So we circulated the document, and we kept also, giving and distributing the framework to participants. And I'm sure also our colleagues will share with you the model framework. So at any event, we seize the opportunities to be able to also disseminate and be able to, generate the ownership. By so doing, we are getting as much as possible the ownership from all the strata of actors, not only at the national level, but also at regional levels. Our partners, we all know ECOWAS Commission has multiple partners who are also, through our bilateral engagements with them, we share some of these key documents for their inputs. And they put in their expertise and their comments to also have their ownership. So ownership is not just, the limit at the national level, but also, multilaterally. In June last year, or this year, we were in New York, and we have had, significant engagements with several actors, around the world, including a side event which ECOWAS, sponsored. And we had that deep level engagements with a number of them. So these are all processes and stages towards getting to secure ownership. And then I don't know whether we attempted to respond to your question. And then? C'est bon? Pas du tout. Maybe I didn't understand the question there.
I hear you, Dr. Sani. As you say, it's good. Yeah, it's good because we have many things for countries. But I'm coming from Kinshasa. We had a meeting there about security, silencing the gun, and small arm and light weapon proliferation and security and peace. But we had the same problems of countries for disarmament and non-proliferation of conventional arms. The problem is we have a lot of toolbox, but we have the same problems in all of the countries. We don't have a good storage. We don't have sometimes procedure. If we have SOP, it is not implemented as well as we want. So I think that we have to think about some mechanism to monitoring, to follow the countries to implement it, all of the tools or instruments to go ahead, I think.
Okay, I totally agree with you. Honestly, there is this question of political will by our member states, the lack of political will by our member states. I'm sure some of our colleagues will react to this question. For us at the regional level, we always, encourage member states to carry out, their and also meet their commitments. They sign off to instruments. They will have to also see to not only the translation of the instruments into their national laws, but also practically, implementing the key provisions of those instruments. I agree with you. Multiple initiatives, multiple commitments, but how far are we in terms of practically translating those those initiatives, in our countries? So I'm sure it will generate a lot of conversation. Maybe I'll give it to Fred and Armstrong, so we can have a word before we close off this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sani. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Fred. I'm here. I'm the regional coordinator for small arms and light weapons for UNDP for West and Central Africa, based in Dakar, and also the Kwati project manager. And thank you very much for the invitation for this very laudable meeting, which I believe is long overdue. That brings different stakeholders from different facets of the life cycle on disarmament and this conversation in one place. Just to add up to take off from where you left off, Dr. Sani, I think the question that Ancien raised was a very critical question. It's been boggling my mind for a long time. And I think my reflections, I have a question that I've been asking myself every time. We've been in this space for a while, and we still find ourselves talking about the same things, the regulatory frameworks, the domestication of laws, and all of this. And I believe that probably it's because we do not anchor all of these within the member states, we do not anchor them around the key stakeholders and actors. And I would explain. For instance, when we're talking right now about the governmental experts and all of that, the role of the youth, which form the critical role, main perpetrators and the users of arms and all of this to push the agenda, the role of CSOs and all of that. These things these key stakeholders have to a very large extent been, their roles and their functions have been diminished by and large. That is one. Two, the conversations around disarmament, small arms, and all of this has been centered around the space of the practitioners themselves. So we are talking to ourselves, amongst ourselves, without mainstreaming our conversation in the wider discourse of peace and security. So you sit around conversations on peace and security where they are talking about things that affect development, that accelerate the peace dialogues and other things, and you realize that they always stop at peace. And when they talk about security, it jumps over and goes into hardcore security. So that space that we as practitioners will have to find ourselves in to be part of those conversations, we are largely absent because we are busy talking to ourselves amongst ourselves on conventions and things that we all are very much comfortable with. So I believe that this conversation is very important. By the time we leave here, we should be able to have an innovative approach, reaching out beyond our space. How do we come up with innovative entrees into other spaces where our issues are key? Because at the end of the day, we know questions on, now they're talking about COP27, they are there. How many of us have been able to establish, how many of us were part of the preparation of the Africa position on COP27 with regards to small arms and light weapons and disarmament? Knowing that small arms and light weapons, armed conflicts are also key drivers of insecurity, and the issues of land resource, farmer header issues are things that perpetuate the proliferation of arms and acquisition of arms. But here we are, they're talking about COP27. We are here talking about disarmament. There's a clear disjoint, and we need to be able to start bridging the gap, filling those spaces. It's that, and only that, we'll be able to anchor into national frameworks and conversations, and then the national ownerships will start to bear fruit for us to see results. So these are my preliminary comments. And when we come to the next session, where we talk about development and a wider conversation, I think that I'll be able to share more light. Thank you.
Thank you. The diversity of the ideas, they are evolving. We need to, I'm sure the Secretariat is copiously taking notes so that we'll filter and see the key takeaways, for this meeting. I'm sure the blame, we are not blaming, but there has to be some identity in terms of who is doing what. We have multiple actors. We have also key drivers. For instance, in the convention, our member states are the driver's seats, for instance, in the implementation of the key provisions of the convention. So a lot is expected from all the stakeholders. And I'm sure at the national level, when some of our member states come up to give their talk, you will see, the practical way in terms of engaging not only the youth towards the promotion of the culture of peace, but also other stakeholders, key critical stakeholders, border communities, the other civil society components. So at this point, probably we hear from Dr. Armstrong, so that we hear additional perspective on this. Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sani. I'm from Regional Security Division. My name is Armstrong, as you rightly mentioned. I think the question he raised on ownership is very, very critical. And I dare to say that Dr. Sani has actually addressed, together from my mouth, what I really wanted to say. But just to add that, you see, issue of ownership is a shared responsibility. And I dare to say that ECOWAS, for example, and partners take 35%, while member states take 65%. The role of ECOWAS or partners, for example, is to avail the community, the member states with documents, for example, and ensure the dissemination, as rightly mentioned. And that is the best that can happen. See, this thing is in two steps. Step of political will, and then the other side is commitment. Because sometimes we confuse political will for political commitment. There has to be a commitment beyond the political will. It's one thing to ratify or sign the documents. That's a political process. Then it's another thing to get operational with these documents. If, for example, the Small Arms Light Weapons Convention that we have, member states have it. But you see, onus is on member states to disseminate it, take it to all the security agencies and those that need to know, because ownership firstly is about knowledge. So they cannot own what they do not know. So at the level of ECOWAS is to ensure these documents are available, sensitize the actors on what the contents of the documents are. But deepening the knowledge depends on the member states again. You know, if ECOWAS organizes a regional workshop, for example, the onus lies on the member states to call all the agencies and actors within. So there has to be that commitment financially from the member states, and also to go beyond to ensure that as many stakeholders as possible firstly knows it. That's one step. Then secondly, implementation. It also lies on the member states. ECOWAS cannot come to member states or partners to implement some of those grassroots activities. It still has to be with the member states. That is where the commitment comes in, beyond the will. And political will, very, very critical as well. I give example of when we were setting up the National Small Arms Commissions many years ago, and I went to Cape Verde. I was the officer responsible for Cape Verde then, and discussing with the government on small arms and light weapons issues, on the need to set up the commission. I remember clearly what the minister said to me. She said, you know, Armstrong, for us, small arms issues is a social, is more or less viewed as a social problem, not a security problem. The perspective was very, very different. It took a lot of conviction before they could accept and then set up the commission. Because see, if their mindset is different, the commission is not going to get set up. So he has to do that. That's why the will is very, very key. Their understanding, their perception before the acceptance is what makes ownership possible. If you are talking on two different platforms, I mean, two different things, it's not going to work. I can go on and on. I'm from regional security. We have documents I dare to say that ECOWAS brings out. I can't even say beyond the United Nations, we have so many. But when it comes to implementation, it requires a will and a commitment. We have documents on practically everything, protocols, conventions, and interestingly, the heads of state sign these documents. But when it comes to implementation, the will and the commitment needs to be translated. So that's just what I wanted to add to this discourse. Terrorism many years ago, it was believed that it's only for the frontline countries, Cote d'Ivoire, I'm sorry, I say Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Interestingly, 2016, there was an attack in Cote d'Ivoire. Recently now we have Benin, we have Togo. Everybody's beginning to understand it's everybody's problem. It's not about those countries anymore. So mindset is beginning to change. The strategy has been there since 2013, but we have different levels of perception of what the problems are and how to respond to it. So that's just what I wanted to add to this discourse. So ownership is very, very key, but it's at two levels and much more the member states. The role of international partners and ECOWAS is disseminate information as much as possible, and the rest lies with you. Thank you. I'm Armstrong, Isaac Armstrong from Regional Security Division, ECOWAS. Yes, I used to be in the small arms ECOWAS Small Arms Program. I was one of the pioneering officers there. Thank you.
Okay. I think, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure this session has been very interactive, very, very, very useful and impactful. I can see many more hands, but honestly, we are running short of time. And our colleague online, Dr. Cecil, wants to take her leave, but I'm saying before she goes, she has to give us her parting words of encouragement. So over to you, Dr. Cecil.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lamou. And yes, unfortunately, there are ongoing multilateral negotiations here in Geneva, and I need to go and attend to this. But it is with a sad heart. I really wish I was with you in the room in Abuja, and certainly want to wish you all a very productive day. Just a word on this important exchange now on the question of ownership. We at UNIDIR take this as extremely important, and I'm sure that my colleagues will be discussing this, in fact, and mentioning how we actually really do that concretely. But indeed, ownership is absolutely key and critical, both as a principle and also to really just obtain best results. So looking forward to the further exchange on this, and with that, again, wishing you a very productive day, and thank you so much again to ECOWAS for this joint seminar. And bye-bye for now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye-bye. Thank you. Yeah, gentlemen, we have 10 minutes to go. Probably we'll open the discussion again, because by 11:30 we need to go to session 2. It's only 11:20 now. I can see Sierra Leone. You have your hands up. Let's leverage on the remaining minutes to hear you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dr. Sani. I actually wanted to continue the discussion on ownership as digressed by the former speaker here. For us in Sierra Leone, we actually try as much as possible to make use of what is available, on the ground, as provided by like ECOWAS, the ATT, the NPOA. Within the framework of the Okwati project, we made sure that we bring together the actors on the ground, for them to understand what those legal frameworks are all about, by way of helping them to carry out their activities on the ground. Like we have 4 regions, political regions in the country, the provincial regions for that matter. We have the North, the Northeast, the Northwest, and the South. And we have the provincial security committees, taking the lead in the implementation of security activities, in the respective regions. We have at the district level, we have the district security committees. At the border level, we have the border security committees. We also have the civil society organizations. We brought all of them together, region by region, and then provide some introductory training, basic training for them, on the ECOWAS Convention, the Arms Trade Treaty, the United Nations Program of Action, how they can use, and of course with our own local laws, the Arms and Ammunition Act, how you could use all those legal frameworks to ensure that you carry out the activities on the ground, relating to the control of the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, and even conventional weapons if they are available there. So we brought them together and provided those basic trainings for them, and they were quite helpful. They appreciated the effort that the Commission had done, with support from the Okwati project. And it is our intention that we continue to do those kind of activities, refresher trainings, so that will help them to further carry out their activities effectively on the ground. That is just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Taylor. Sierra Leone is also a model, just like Liberia, Nigeria, and Cote d'Ivoire. Ghana also has been an important model in the region in these processes. So any more questions? Otherwise, we move on to the next session, which is session 2, Disarmament, Development, and Equality. This session is actually going to be moderated by Dr. Paul Holton, who is the head of the Conventional Arms and Ammunition Program of UNIDIR. And we have very important, resourceful panelists that will help to do justice to all the elements highlighted in this session. Firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Sintiki Ugbe, Director of ECOWAS Humanitarian and Gender Affairs, to come over, please. We also have Hannah Salama. She's joining us online. We have Anne Agatha Akelo. She's also participating online. We have another resource person, Fatima Yacha Ajimi Budu. She's also joining us online. And lastly, Sibio Ha Noel. I'm sure the moderator will introduce each of them fully. But for me, my work has ended here, and I'll take my leave and hand over the microphone to Paul to continue with this session too. Paul, over.
Thank you, Dr. Sani Adamu. It's my great privilege, my honor, to be the moderator for the second session of the ECOWAS UNIDIR regional seminar. And this session is looking at disarmament, development, and equality. And for this session, my colleagues in UNIDIR's Gender and Disarmament program have put together, have developed, I think, a really engaging concept that looks at, with 5 excellent expert interventions, to examine how to strengthen synergies between disarmament, development, and equality, and with a focus on activities and initiatives in the ECOWAS region that really seek to I think, to bridge the divide between disarmament and arms control on the one side, and various international agendas such as the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and many initiatives and agendas here in the region as well. So like many of you in the room, I'm really looking forward to learning the lessons from the regional, national and subnational work that's seeking to break these silos. We've already seen from the last session, this is not a shy group. And I know people are asking questions in the room, but also online. So I apologize if I have my laptop on my lap. It's so that I can relay questions that come from our online participants, as well as the very active people in this room here. So without further ado, I'll pass over to our first excellent speaker, Dr. Sintiki Ugbe, Director of ECOWAS's Humanitarian and Gender Affairs Division, who I'm sure will provide us with a rich discussion about work that's being undertaken here in ECOWAS. So you can have.
Thank you, Paul. And I thank the organizers of this meeting for inviting me and of course my department to participate in this very important meeting. However, as I listen to the previous session, I had to, I want to put aside my notes. Why? And I'm going to put aside my notes because I just feel as if, are these people seeing what's happening in the region? Do they see the link between food production, weaponized war, and food nutrition? Because we are talking about development, we're talking about disarmament, and we're talking about equality. And here I can give you an example of what's happening in our region. Because of the war that is globalized in Ukraine, it's affecting, causing food crisis within our region. And the result is food insecurity and malnutrition. And who are those most affected by food insecurity and malnutrition? Women and children. That's an example. Another example I want to relate to is we've been talking about proliferation of weapons. And I remembered Cecile in her presentation, she was saying, we have wars that are being fought now, and civilians are the target, in which case we've put aside the international humanitarian law, we've put aside human rights law, and civilians are targets. And when we have civilians as targets, who are the most affected? Of course, again, when you switch on your TV and you look at what is happening globally, of course, with the war that we have, you see that women, children, and the elderly are most affected. This is why this session is so important. The disarmament we're talking about has direct link with development, and it has direct link with equality. You can say, well, and that's why I'm so worried, because we are talking about small arms and light weapons. But what we are seeing is that the world has moved from that. You know, we are now seeing, you know, Cecile was talking about biological weapons. We are seeing unconventional weapons. And here, we're talking about small arms and just light weapons. Are we at the same level? If we have a globalized war, it means also those weapons that we are seeing in Ukraine may start also coming into our region with significant implication on our development, and of course, on equality, and of course, on human rights, on peace and security. I heard her talking about, so if we cannot address the small weapons that we have, if we are now only celebrating, you know, destruction of small arms and light weapons, what will happen in a really globalized world where you have really conventional and unconventional weapons widely spread and, you know, moving across border? It may seem easy now that, you know, small, you know, AK-47s are being imported. Well, who needs AK-47 when you have missiles and have drones? You know, and so our region will be awashed with some of these outdated weapons that are no longer needed in other world, and we will be the dumping ground of those regions, of those weapons. But what will happen? What I want to emphasize is that these weapons that are within our region, the impact are gendered, they are complex, and they are interconnected. If you look at issues of poverty may make our youth to take up arms. If they take up arms, they will terrorize the community where they live. They can lead to intimate partner violence. You may say, well, where is the data? That's the problem. We don't want to gather the data. We don't have the data. But of course, if youths take up arms, it affects the livelihood of the community. We have a situation where they can take control of the community, or they can prevent people from moving, they can prevent them from looking and sourcing for their livelihoods. Again, that affects women and children more. And that's why when we seem to emphasize, you know, state-centric approach, which my colleague from the head of Okwati was just talking about, then we miss the whole gist, because those who are using or, you know, carrying those weapons are really the youths. Those who are most affected are those who source for their livelihoods to take care of their families. And therefore, we cannot say that, you know, there's no gendered impact of disarmament and proliferation of weapons in our region. You may now say, so what do we do? What are we doing? Again, I think what we have continued to do with the Small Arms and Light Weapons Division is to continue to work with them to see that it is important to look at the gender dimension, the gender and youth dimension of the work that they are doing. And through that, we have worked with them, and we did an assessment on gender mainstreaming in small arms and light weapons control. And we came up with an action plan to help them to see how they can better mainstream gender into their activities. Another thing that we have continuously also tried to highlight is the gender-based dimension of what's happening within our region as a result of not just the insecurity, terrorism, but also that can be influenced by the proliferation of small arms within our region. And we have continued to champion gender-based violence, addressing the issues of gender-based violence within our region. So I will stop here. I think the challenge is that really, there's a new need for strategic thinking on how we look at disarmament and proliferation of small arms within our region. That is very, very important. I think the era of celebrating destruction of weapons may be over. We may have to start to think about how to better understand what is going on around the world in terms of conventional and unconventional warfares. Two, the third point is that, of course, we have to make sure that we know that the development aspect is integrated into this, is closely related to disarmament and proliferation of weapons, whether light weapons or whatever kind of weapons, and they have disproportionate impact on women, on children, on men, and on the youth. That is very important. We have to really move away from our government-centered approach and really look at other constituencies that can help us better understand the dynamics and help us with our strategic thinking. So those are the few words I want to share with you. But what we are seeing in our region, it's really something to be worried about. If you look at the elections in Nigeria, again, this is election, this is politics, this is democracy, this is good governance, but in the mix, of course, of that are weapons, in the mix of that are youths, in the mix of that are non-state actors. How do we now bring all the stakeholders together to chart a strategic direction on how to deal with disarmament and proliferation? That is the challenge that we face. The second challenge that we face, another challenge that we face is we're talking about small arms and light weapons. The world has moved on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ogbe, not just for, you said a few words, but I think a few important words there, highlighting sort of the interconnectivity of this globalized and more complex multi-actored world, and especially the gendered effects of weapons on civilians. And I think emphasizing that it goes beyond just the immediate casualties with the points you were raising, especially about the impacts on women and children. And indeed, UNIDIR's own research into the issue of explosive weapons in populated areas has emphasized what we call the reverberating effects and connecting not just small arms like weapons, but artillery and bombs from the air, as you mentioned, with regards to sort of the sustainable development goals and how this cuts across so many different areas of development, and those connections are being made. And we'll have the signing of the political declaration in Dublin in just a couple of weeks. And I'm hopeful that this is an issue that will also be on the agenda of many people here across this region as well, given that this is, as you said, an important issue and the effects of wars in one particular part of the world do resonate. And thank you also for sending us the challenges about sort of the new strategic thinking on disarmament in this region, the need for better data. And I think you mentioned intimate partner violence, which I know from my work in different places is a critical gap that we need to address to better understand the situation, and this key message of integrating development with regard to disarmament. And you also set us up very nicely for thinking about gender mainstreaming by mentioning what has been done here. And I'm now delighted I'll be able to pass over to my colleague online, Hannah Salama, a researcher with our Gender and Disarmament program. And she'll be looking at sort of the connecting the dots work that's been undertaken by UNIDIR, and in particular, looking at the linkages between arms control and disarmament with the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And so looking at practical ways at the national level to move forward in this space. So Hannah, I hope that you're online, and I'd like to now turn over to you. I can see your slides are there. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul. I hope that you can all hear me well and see the slides.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. It's really my pleasure and honor to be part of the inaugural ECOWAS Arms Control and Disarmament seminar. As Cecile said, we wish we were there in person, but of course, happy to be here and also share with you some brief points on how we connect these agendas for gender equality and arms control and disarmament. And I really like it said earlier how it's essential to look at peace and security framework, look at you know, without talking about weapons and arms control, we won't get far. So just a brief introduction. As Paul said, my name is Hannah Salama, and I'm a researcher in the gender program of the gender progress bridge and disarmament frameworks at UNIDIR. So we work across all of UNIDIR's programs, bring perspective, looking at gendered impacts of the different systems, but we also provide support for states in terms of analysis and practical tools to promote the gender integration of arms control measures and also promote women's participation in this field. To give you a brief overview of the presentation, I want to start mentioning some of the gender equality and security frameworks that we have at a global and multilateral level. I'll then outline the existing links between the Women, Peace and Security agenda and arms control and disarmament. And finally, I will reveal how we can connect the dots between these two agendas by looking in particular at women's and security national action plans, but also small arms and light weapons action plans, which are so vital and important in the region where you're sitting. So just to give a brief overview, in terms of global frameworks, it has been mentioned before, but we have the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And in particular, we have a standalone goal, which is SDG 5, which is aimed at promoting the full and effective participation of women at leadership and at all levels of public life, which means that security, arms control, and disarmament should be no different. SDG also has a target to reduce and eliminate all forms of violence against women, which cannot be done unless we reduce the illicit flow of weapons and we manage our weapons. And SDG 16 also has two goals which are related to arms control and disarmament. One or two targets. So one target which is reducing all forms of armed violence and reducing conflict deaths, but also a target which is directly related to reducing illicit flow of weapons. We also have the UN Secretary General Agenda for Disarmament, where he really lays a vision for disarmament. And this vision really includes a call to have women participate in all disarmament decisions at decision level and implementation level. So it also calls on member states to incorporate gender perspectives in the development of their national legislation and policies on arms control and disarmament. And finally, we have the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And the reason why we're highlighting this agenda is that It is one of the first policy agendas that really recognize the centrality of women, of 50% of the population, to peace and security. So just to provide a brief overview, but I'm sure you're all aware, the WPS agenda is currently in its 22nd year. But it's actually older than that because it builds on decades of women's activism globally. It was initiated in 2000 with Resolution 1325. It had 4 pillars, which it's broadly structured around: prevention, protection, participation, and relief and recovery. And currently there are 11 Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security. So in our research, we found that despite the centrality of weapons to conflicts and the links between small arms and light weapons and gender-based violence, out of the 11 Security Council resolutions and the 1325, there's been very few references to arms control and disarmament. So this is an area where we're seeing, as I said, a disconnect between agendas. And this is where UNIDIR likes to see its role to bring agendas together. There is, however, a bit more progress been made at the national level because in our analysis, we saw that some women, peace and security national action plans included languages on arms control and disarmament, but there's still a long way to go. And I will come to a further analysis of what this arms control and disarmament language includes in WPS now. So right now, we should be at the point where we're saying, well, what is the significance of this? Why does it matter? We think that connecting the dots between arms control and the WPS agenda can bring benefits to both fields. So it can structure gender responsive arms control measures, and in turn, it can operationalize the WPS agenda. So in this way, by including arms control and disarmament measures in the WPS agenda, we can really see progress on the ground. We can see how the rubber hits the road in a sense. So just to give you a broad overview of what we mean by this, I wanted to go through the pillars and look at how they are relevant to arms control and what examples that exist already of gender responsive measures. So before that, I also wanted to outline, the links that Dr. Agobe was talking about between the proliferation of conventional weapons and armed violence and gender-based violence. I think right now we are all aware of these links, but just to highlight that research has concluded that firearms have a profound effect on women. Countries with the highest rate of femicide also have the highest rates of small arms and light weapons. And a recent report by Médecins Sans Frontières looked at conflict-related sexual violence and saw that out of as much as 60% of sexual violence survivors being treated by the organization in the DRC have been aggressed by a weapons bearer. So it's not only conventional arms, which is a huge problem, as Dr. Agobe said, but it's also other types of weapons. Our report, Missing Links, showed that chemical and biological weapons also have a differentiated impact on women and men, affecting women's fertility and reproductive health in particular. And we all know about this long-term studies conducted on nuclear weapons and radiation, which shows that women are faced with different risks, different health risks than men. And again, cyber attacks, which you'll see later on day 2, also have gendered implications. These are still being researched and uncovered, and we're still looking into those as a community of researchers. So after outlining these links, I'd like to come back to the agenda. And we see here that basically arms control and disarmament goes to the heart of the agenda, which is prevention. all measures have a broader goal, or all arms control measures have a broader goal of preventing or at least reducing armed violence. Gender is one of the main factors shaping engagement with weapons. And what I mean by this is that, even though women own only a minority of firearms, they are disproportionately represented among victims. And we're also seeing that women are disproportionately targeted in terms of sexual and gender-based violence, where arms play a role. And this is whether in peacetime or in conflict time. So in response to that and recognizing that, the international community really came together under the Arms Trade Treaty and committed to Article 7.4, which includes the GBV risk assessment criteria. So this is one sort of step forward in terms of gender responsive arms control. Other countries have even gone further in their national legislation by having legislation which prevents the acquisition of firearms or giving firearm licenses to those who have been convicted of domestic violence or who had a previous record of gender-based violence. So these are all practical measures. If we move to relief and recovery, we can see that, as I said, the impacts of exposure to armed violence are different for women, men, boys, and girls. And gender also mediates the ability and likelihood of accessing medical care and psychosocial support. We all know that in the aftermath of conflict, women are often the ones who are caring for survivor, and their work goes unpaid. And men also suffer differently and are expected, especially boys are expected to leave school to take care of the family financially. So looking at these impacts of armed violence through a gendered lens has helped the arms control community and disarmament community really develop more gender responsive measures. So for example, in the Cluster Munition Convention and the Mine Ban Convention, there has been the implementation of gender responsive victim assistance, taking into account the factors that I outlined. There's also been a more equitable transfer of cleared lands, so giving the opportunity for women to also own land that was cleared, and then kind of reversing gender imbalance. And there's also examples from security sector reform and DDR, which I'm sure my colleagues will get to. Finally, the participation pillar, where UNIDIR has done quite a lot of work. So these calls for increasing women's participation in arms control and disarmament don't come from nowhere in a sense. And it's based around some data which organizations have collected, and especially UNIDIR. So in 2019, we published a report called Still Behind the Curve, and we looked at arms control and disarmament measures across different weapon systems, across forums, and we found that women are still comprise less than a third of delegations. And when it came to heads of delegations, this was 20%. The following year, we've done a research on women in technical implementation roles for weapons and ammunition management. And this was a project that I was very happy to take part of, and which involved interviews and data collection in the region and with ECOWAS member states. And here we found that the women's participation in this field is severely underrepresented. We looked at 156 WAM-related trainings, and we found that on average, less than 12% of the participants of these training are women. So again, the calls for increased women's participation are based on the fact that we are seeing very low participation at the decision level and also at the implementation level. So the WPS agenda is a good starting point for national governments and all bodies really to undertake targeted efforts to ensure that women are and men meaningfully participate in arms control at all levels. And that also relates to the Secretary General's gender parity pledge, where he pledged to have 50% women and men participating in arms control and disarmament bodies at the UN. So just to transition here, what can we do with this agenda at the national level and how can we practically connect the dots? So UNIDIR has done an analysis of countries who currently have a Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan. And out of the 103 countries that currently have a WPS NAP, 31 include references and specific actions towards disarmament and arms control. So that's not bad. Most of these mentions relate to small arms and light weapons, and a handful of them mention mine action, explosive remnants of war, UXOs, and cluster munition. Only 2 mention WMDs and cyber, and this, interestingly, is Ireland, which mentions both, but Namibia also mentions cyber in their national action plans. And in terms of national action plans that mention small arms and light weapons, it's interesting because many states with outwardly focusing NAPs, meaning donor states, mention the need for gender responsive small arms and light weapons control, while countries, for example, in Latin America, which are most affected by small arms and proliferations, don't mention small arms at all. So there's a bit of a disconnect here.
Hannah, if I can just ask for just one final minute, because we have a couple more panelists to come. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Paul. Just then briefly, we looked at the national action plans of small arms, and we found that very few of them mention WPS. In fact, only Mali and Niger. But most of them do have mentions to better and improved participation of women. So if I wanted to just wrap up in terms of how we connect these 2 issues, I would just go to my last slide and say that it's important before, in the new plans that you're making for small arms and light weapons control or for WPS to know the baseline. So collecting data that is disaggregated by sex and age and other identity markers will be important, not only on the impacts of these weapons, but also on the level of participation that women, men, and youth have in terms of decision making and implementation. Setting measurable targets and indicators. So this could be, for example, the number or quality of legislation, which is targeted at reducing gender-based violence, or it could be a target in the arms control action plan about reducing the number of violent of feminicides or violence against women. And it, along with these targets, it's important to plan appropriate levels of resources, which I think is been the problem with many national action plans, is that they've remained plans, but they've not been operationalized by giving them resources. And finally, I would say a good step forward is to involve gender expertise in arms control and disarmament process, and vice versa in women, peace and security meetings, in terms of the bodies that are dealing with gender equalities in your countries. It's important to have arms control and disarmament experts at the meeting. And with that, I will finish, but I also want to hear from the audience later on ways forward on this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, for your very rich presentation. I think there's a lot of points you raised that people in this room will want to engage with. Again, making those linkages between the global and the national as you did. And I think the important point about just having a plan written out doesn't mean it gets implemented. I think that resonates with a lot of our work. And also I think your important call for the openness on the different communities that we're speaking about, arms control, women, peace and security, that they themselves shouldn't be siloed and that there needs to be an opening on both sides and that engagement. I think that was a very strong message, and I can see a lot of points resonating between the two presentations we've had so far, and I'm confident it will continue with our third presenter, which will be Anna Agata-Akello. She's the Global Diversity and Inclusion Advisor at Minds Advisory Group, MAG, and she'll introduce MAG's approach to gender mainstreaming in its work in arms control and weapons and ammunition management. And I think a really nice connection there with the presentations we've had so far. So Anna, the screen is yours, and you have a very attentive audience here in Abuja and also online.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm Anne Akello. I work as a gender and inclusion advisor, supporting our programs to enhance the gender sensitivity. I would like to begin by reiterating that a significant proportion of our work on weapons, ammunition, and arms control activities takes place in states with conservative values and male-dominated environment. And so acknowledging disarmament and arms control processes have been led and designed by men, and the context in which we also carry these activities are dominated by men. It's a vital step for us to understand how can we progress on gender equity within these environments, and how can our interventions be gender sensitive. Not, of course, forgetting what our colleagues have said. Again, the men are the ones perpetuating war as well. They are the ones in war, and the impact are absorbed by women and children. On the part of MAG, the Minds Advisory Group, and in line with our global strategic direction on gender equity, we began groundwork in March 2021 and organized a 3-day needs assessment workshop within West Africa region to actually identify what's needed for us as a region to enhance gender equity in all our programming, but also in our engagement with our stakeholders on ground. As a result, we were able to develop a gender and youth action plan, including on how we can accelerate gender sensitive analysis at the community level with our partners. This process was a very fundamental one for us as MAG to understand the operational context, what that means for us, especially that we're working with the armed forces and state actors. It is actually key to understand how can we navigate our way through these very male-dominant spaces, at the same time keeping those relationships that can help us to have entry points on how we can include aspects of women, peace and security, for example. This process was very consultative, inclusive as possible, where at the start we brought together the programs within the region to expound and define the context of their gender equity objectives in a way that is really very understood and applicable to their specific context. Our stakeholder engagement at different levels was key, and capacity to influence our processes on how we design and implement our activities on gender and youth actions going forward in the region has been really a fundamental process for us. To us, this has not only revealed many areas of strengthening and escalating opportunities of entry points to work within the state actors and driving the key messaging around how we want to do things that are more sustainable, but also taking transformative approaches to change institutional mindset and cultural norms that impede us from having meaningful engagement on gender equity within the systems we are working in. But also areas where we can make practice more consistent. As MAG, before we had this regional gender action plan, it was we're really designing our programs based on assumptions, based on what we find in the ground, almost reinforcing those sort of discriminative practices that are mostly unintended. Again, for us, each of our programs was able to identify areas that they could jointly work within the region in terms of how we influence the key stakeholders, especially state actors and armed forces, and also working alongside regional partners like ECOWAS and other regional gender equity organizations and civil society. As a result of this progress, our gender mainstreaming efforts are now linked to the use of our regional gender and youth action plan, which also has given us the opportunity to include the Women, Peace and Security agenda that specifically seeks to support women play a key role in the WARM, in WARM and small arms control intervention. We are using the existing regional and national gender equity frameworks, especially the National Action Plan that is aligned with ECOWAS. We are also working with the national state actors to sort of build on their national action plan, to improve on it and to reevaluate them, to make sure that we integrate good practice, but also what really works and what doesn't, and try to work collectively with different civil society organizations to contribute towards those efforts. As a result, we are now progressing in our engagement with national stakeholders, particularly with the armed forces and small arms. But again, having said that, in MAG, I just wanted to share that we have a twofold. We know that we can't give what we don't have. We are looking at gender equity in twofold. One that seeks enhancing gender sensitivity in our operation and engagement with stakeholders, but also one that looks at our internal processes and how those all those two aspects implement one another. Can you just move the slide? Sorry, can't see the next one. Yes. Second slide. Yes, our implementation, our priorities for the next 3 years, we're looking at accelerating gender assessment and joint analysis with partners. This is one of the key aspects of our work. We believe that we cannot work in assumptions, and the gender assessment help us to understand what is really needed, how we should engage with the broader actors that are working on small arms and the WARM or interventions. Capacity development alongside the assessment is key to our work. We are working with the national commissions on small arms, particularly Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, Mali. We are also working in Mali, we started by working with the national state actors to develop and build a national action plan that actually integrates women, peace and security. Alongside that, we're also training gender champions that will take ownership to influence their different departments within the institutions we are engaging with, to actually accelerate key messaging around gender equity and what they need to have women contribute to these processes as a result of getting tangible results and sustainable outcomes. We are also alongside promoting the inclusion of YPS, since we already have it in the regional action plan. YPS agenda, it gives us the opportunity to accelerate engagement, especially with countries that don't have YPS in their national action plan. We get the opportunity to actually message, but also linking them to the regional efforts that are having YPS activities and interventions. Next slide, please, Paul. Can't see it. Oh. Oops.
It's not me. It's not me.
Okay, sorry. In terms of what's working, what is really working based on our lessons learned is that without a gender analysis, we're almost going to reinforce the existing inequities in the systems and practices and cultures that we work in. So gender analysis is really key. And also alongside that, we are trying to embed technical and gender lens in all technical activities, for example, armory training, meetings that we're engaging at high level, at national level. We are also bringing in this same advocacy across the region to make sure that we aligned ourselves with the existing frameworks, but also learning what works, and collective sharing of lessons learned is the key to our work. Again, what is working? Baseline assessment and joint analysis with communities, including civil society at grassroots, is key. Without that, our frameworks and existing frameworks won't work. Frameworks have to work for the reality, to work for the people in the ground. So listening to them and feeding back and again, evaluating our practice is key. This process alone is helping us to build a more transformative approach, but also having an understanding that there are different uniques within the armed forces, very unique constraints that we are working in these structures, and we need to understand that and navigate and help to design our programs that work for the institutions that we work with. We're also wanting to reiterate that we need to set a standalone objective that addresses women's efforts. That will actually directly link to the YPS agenda. Without that standalone objective, it's almost difficult to acknowledge that women have been left behind and they need to contribute and influence and become agents of change in small arms and light weapon and weapon ammunition, but also generally making decisions that affect change at community level. Next slide, please. Sorry, what's not working is a lack of assessment on data that you need to reinforce inclusion. And as well, how do we address the existing assumptions that the structures are discriminative? When you don't do assessments, it's often difficult for a program or an intervention to understand what is needed and how can those interventions be tailored to the needs of the people that are most affected with arms. Again, a one-off activity or one-off funding will not yield tangible results. Our lessons learned that this work is very incremental. It's transformative. That means we're transforming mindsets in the masculine spaces, especially when it comes to armed forces associated to conflict as well. These are mindsets that need to change. We're working in post-conflict contexts where we know that there are a lot of trauma issues. There are a lot of young people that have been affected. And so they need to be reintegrated with positive messaging. But again, a one-off activity isn't going to address those. And also we understand that within the institutions we work, there is little capacity or efforts in terms of resources to support them. And we struggle often, but we also call upon the international donors to learn with us, to inform practice and policy that will also help our institutions within the region to sort of take transformative approaches. It is another thing to say that they are masculine, but there is a political will. But they'll always tell you priorities come first. When you're dealing with a lot of issues on social factors, social and economic factors, how do you then divide those resources? And at the same time, grapple around making sure that the processes are inclusive. Again, we are reiterating to donors that flexible funding is key. It's funding that allows practitioners like ourselves to adapt a flexible approach in terms of time and access to communities that we need, and funding that also addresses the issue of socio-economic factors. Again, it is for us, what we do, it's almost putting us in a very tight corner, delivering our mandate, clearing landmines, building capacity on weapon management, but at the same time ensuring equity. With limited resources, it's impossible, and yet we are at the heart of communities that need support. We often get to hear things that are not associated to arms, but are linked to how arms are elicited legally. Issues on social economic factors are key. Looking at non-mandated activities that are actually, if addressed, would actually tackle the root causes of illicit of arms. And those are at the heart of gender equity. You cannot facilitate a community workshop or a community meeting and people are suffering of hunger. How are you going to address? We cannot as well not pay attention to those voices that are saying, you want us to come to activities, but we are struggling on making ends meet, putting food on the table. So again, we also comment to other actors, do not selectively listen. Listen to the problems that are also going to end up in the same place. Without addressing those socio-economic factors, it is difficult to go through this process successfully. So again, how do we strike the balance between delivering our mandate, but also at the same time ensuring that the socio-economic factors of the communities that are affected by poverty, conflict, trauma, and victims of sexual violence is key. So again, a holistic approach is required. Can you move to the next slide? Yes, what is needed?
If I can ask if
Assumptions.
this is the last
Yes.
couple of minutes.
Yes.
Thanks, Anna.
Yes. Yes. Assumptions. What is needed is assumptions must be avoided. That conversations are not silenced before they begin. Assumptions, again, based on not being able to listen and to communicate what works and what doesn't, but also like making frameworks work for these institutions. Constructive dialogue is key, and a willingness to listen and engage with the actors to ensure that their constraints and new challenges, especially in the armed forces, are key. And at the heart of gender equity, that's where you need to look at. Again, non-mandated issues tend to crop up, and dismissing them will not get us anywhere. Constant creating of safe spaces for women to identify themselves and then connect themselves. It's an untapped, unique opportunity for us. And as MAG, we continue to create those spaces to enable broader inclusion and making women agents of change, an opportunity that will help us to broaden our work on women, peace, and security. I leave it at that. I'll share more of please read our reports on gender and small arms in West Africa, and we'll share it through Paul so you can see our lessons learned in a way that could help you to sort of message the key learnings from this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we have one of your colleagues, Nicole, here from MAG in the room. So please don't worry, there will be someone on hand for those in Abuja for sharing information. And I think also I can ask my colleagues, if you share links to your material, we can put that through the Zoom as well so that people can certainly access some of the great work you're doing. And for me, it's as if you've been in our meetings when talking about what works, what doesn't work, what is needed. This is the approach that we encourage. And I think it resonates very well also with the opening remarks we had from Dr. Ogbe of like looking at what needs to be done, having an understanding and a comprehensive and holistic approach. And I think resonating also with Hannah's points about looking at the targeting, setting, collecting the data, and making sure we're addressing some of the challenging environments in which you're working. So I think it resonated a lot here. We do have a room both with men and women in and with people, with different people in, but it is still heavily male dominated. So I think your message is striking home, and it's great to hear about the fantastic work you're doing. And I'm sure lessons learned for other organizations too. And so we turn to our final two panelists who will present together. We'll have Fatima Yechia Ajimi Badu, Head of Operations and Field Research at Mabuku Consulting Services, and also my colleague, Dr. Siobhan O'Neill, the Head of the Managing Exits from Armed Conflicts Project at UNIDIR. We'll now turn the screen to Fatima and Siobhan for your presentation. We're all looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and hi, everyone. I hope this connection holds. I've stepped out of another conference to be able to address you, and I'm on my phone, so fingers crossed. But I'm excited that Fatima and I can talk to you a little bit about our work today, and I'll turn it over to her in just a moment. So we are part of the Managing Exits from Armed Conflict project, which is a collaboration between UNIDIR and United Nations University. And you can see on our logo of logos here, it really is an international effort, both with practitioners and concerned member states, to come together and really enhance our evidence base around how and why people sustainably and fully exit armed groups and transition to a civilian existence. And so we think about this transition really broadly, and we think about the types of interventions that can support that transition. So DDR programs or a child reintegration program. And our goal really is to build the tools, which we've done, and the framework, which we've done. And now for the last 2 years, we've been implementing them in several places. So if we could move to the next slide. So we wanted just to give you an idea of what we've been doing in the region. So working with local partners, and Fatima is one of our local partners on the ground in Maiduguri with Mobukar, but we've also been working with ISS in Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. We have been engaged in multi-method research, so large-scale surveys with the community, but also with ex-combatants and people who were associated with all types of armed groups. So not only Boko Haram and ISWAP, but also people coming out and standing down from different types of community security providers. We've been doing interviews with community leaders. And all of this is really to help us have a nuanced perspective of what it takes for boys, girls, men, women to sustainably exit an armed group and transition to a positive civilian accepted existence. And so we've been trying to look at the really nuanced approaches around gender and look at our data. So we wanted to highlight a couple observations from some of our most recent work, and Fatima has really been leading this. And so for today's gender discussion, we'll focus a little bit on women and girls and some of the information that we have on them, both collected through focus groups, but also large-scale surveys, some of them administered repeatedly over time. So we'll move to the next slide, please. And Fatima, why don't I turn it over to you to talk through maybe at least the first point and get your perspective, having led this work on the ground, of some of the things that we're seeing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for allowing me to share some insights about the integration trajectories of girls and women in northeastern Nigeria. As is the case with many armed insurgencies, gender politics are central to the conflict, and girls and women are a key part of the operations of Boko Haram and other non-state armed groups. Understanding the political and social norms, as well as the impact of the conflict on those norms, is important to better understand how and why women associate with Boko Haram and what their options are after they leave the group. For example, it is difficult for girls and women to get access to formal education in Borno. It may seem counterintuitive, but the fact that Boko Haram offers religious education is sometimes mentioned as something girls and women enjoyed while with the group. This is not to say that most women join these groups voluntarily, and many were indeed forced into the ranks of Boko Haram. Nevertheless, it is relevant to examine these diverse experiences and understand how local realities will impact prospects for prevention and reintegration. In a similar counterintuitive way, community-based security groups like the CJTF offer career paths to women that would otherwise not be attainable. Understanding these dynamics better will help us understand community perceptions. Reintegration is a two-way street, and unpacking stigma is important because it impacts the social and economic well-being of people who are reintegrating. Even though acceptance of former Boko Haram associates is relatively high at the moment, our data shows that girls and women face more stigma than boys and men. This goes beyond having been with Boko Haram. Some women described how malnourished and poor they were when they arrived at IDP camps after leaving Boko Haram. Given the ongoing humanitarian crisis, it is not surprising that they might not be received with open arms if they pose an additional burden on their community. Interestingly, women who are involved with community-based armed groups like the CJTF also described stigma and being called names because of their uniforms. Armed groups are in many ways enforcing and policing gender norms, while at the same time challenging them. Taking this into account is crucial for designing successful reintegration programs that will strengthen women's participation in post-conflict transitions. Thank you. Over to you, Shoban.
Thank you, Fatima. And this is a picture from a focus group that Fatima and some of our other colleagues ran, and we took a picture this way. So again, not to contribute to stigma. But I think some of the qualitative work has really highlighted also some of the trends that we see in the quantitative work. And it really helps us to try to think about how we craft evidence-based interventions, not only to prevent recruitment, but to respond to recruitment and promote reintegration. And just to say, this work that we do is not, research for research sake. We work directly with practitioners on the ground. So for instance, in Northeast Nigeria, we work for the Support to Reintegration Program to try to provide in real time some of this evidence to allow for further tailoring and adjustment to implementation of programming. We work closely with the Borno State Ministry for Women's Affairs and Social Development. So again, trying to make this practical for people. And I think some of the practical observations that come out of this work, I mean, one of them is about how gendered information flows are in the region. And so women and girls just don't have as much knowledge. They don't access the same sources per se. And that has a big implication for people who want to exit the group. We know it's so important to know that there are exit pathways out and what the programmatic options are for support. And if women and girls don't know those options, they're less likely to try to leave. And so I think that's a really important observation that we've had from our work. And given sort of what's been happening with the mass exits of late, this is a really important sort of thing to think through about how to facilitate further sort of defection or separation from armed elements in the region. Another thing I think that would be helpful here is thinking how you adapt our concepts and our assumptions, as the speaker before mentioned, how you adapt those assumptions to tailoring programming. I mean, one thing we see in the qualitative work too is that women and girls often come out with dependents, and yet they're not supported because they're not viewed as threats. And I'm not suggesting that the solution is just to view them as threats, but this rather lack of nuanced understanding about women's roles and vulnerability in exiting and girls' roles in exiting as well. And I think one of the other pieces related to this is sort of how we think about things like DDR through the lens of a gender sensitive approach. So traditionally that just means eligibility, or it means, you know, making sure some of the livelihoods activities are tailored for what's socially acceptable for women in a context. But I think sometimes we need to rethink the very fundamentals. So what does it mean to demobilize as a girl or a woman who was forcibly married to a Boko Haram fighter when you come out still married to them? And that's discussions that we've been having with young women who've come out as well. So I think some of the evidence we're seeing calls into question sort of our assumptions around how programs and intervention should be structured for girls and women. And that's, I think, really the point, is to center those interventions on their experiences and in a nuanced way, an evidence-based way, to make sure that support is flexible and long-term, particularly around issues of forced marriage. We need a very flexible approach, because what a girl or a woman wants the moment she comes out of an armed group might be very different than what she wants a year later. We work in Iraq as well, and we see this very much around the issue of marriage to ISIL fighters, for instance. Again, moving away from this simplistic characterization, so really seeing women and girls from a nuanced perspective and not just putting them in either one category, which was traditionally victims, or two, victims and perpetrators, which really doesn't do them much justice and really capture the nuance of their conflict experiences. We think for everyone, participatory programming is really important, so people feel engaged and they feel like programs are responsive to them. And I think that's really something that we want to see everywhere. And then ultimately, there is this question about reintegration into what? You know, we can have the best design program, unless it's well messaged, that's one thing. And unless it has sort of a realistic understanding about what is possible in life outside the program itself, you know, we may not be sort of setting ourselves up for success. So how do we adapt these programs in a way that really makes sure that people have the best chances for sort of a full, sustained, and accepted existence back in the community once they've been able to separate from a group? So I'll stop there, and I know we're not going to have a lot of time, so I'll just say that I'm hoping this is the beginning of a discussion, and that you'll reach out to us if we don't get a chance to connect through the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Fatima and Siobhan for, again, emphasizing sort of a way in which research can clearly inform and help and support with effective policies and practical programming. Again, we're having the what works, what doesn't work as a strong message through there, and also questioning the assumptions. I particularly enjoyed the questions around, you know, the two-way approach on reintegration and reintegration to what. I think that's important, and flagging up, as you did, the importance of taking this gender lens and considering the diversity of ways in which people need to engage with these issues, and that we can't just have a one-size-fits-all approach. I've taken that as, I think, a very strong message that we perhaps need to reflect on. I'm sure there's lots and lots of questions in the room. Although the session's supposed to end in a few minutes, I'm happy to extend it. And I know we have probably a lot of questions here. So I'll stand up and see if anyone wants to jump in at this stage. Okay, two over here. I'll bring over my microphone. Please remember to introduce yourself before you pose your question or comment.
Thank you. And also thank you for the outstanding panelists for your contribution. My name is Lina Imran. I'm an officer on disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration at the African Union Commission. I guess just maybe piggybacking on Annie's presentation on what is not working. You've mentioned that limiting work within the mandate and not engaging on social and economic factors will not help address the underlying root causes. And honestly, I mean, I really felt close to this statement, because oftentimes in development and in the line of work that we do every day, we're extremely careful about our mandates, the scope of intervention, and then also we're always told to come up with smart strategic objectives and so on, which actually limits our vision from the get-go. And most of the time, which actually makes like most of our intervention like policy based, mainly like because it's already dictated, we know the scope is this. So even if we actually come out with a finding that is larger than our scope, then I don't know, we're designed not to see or not to listen. And then also we're extremely careful about getting into other people's territory. So we work in silos and so on. And I feel like this is really the norm in the development world. And how, I don't know how we can get past to these challenges, because sometimes the problems the root causes of the problems could be there, but we're not, even if we see it, but we're not addressing it. So, and then I see in Chauvin's also presentation, how can we do programming, and how can we come out of our silo mentality and you know, at least if we're not the ones who touch on those issues, like, can we at least reach out to stakeholders that are more like handling some of these issues? Do we have that culture of like talking and coordinating and working and in a much more collaborative way? So it just brought that those ideas in me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Carl Wagner. I'm the technical advisor for physical security and stockpile management in West Africa for the Bonn International Center for Conflict Studies. Just a quick question to the first and last discussants. For the first, you mentioned, Doctor, the question of women's roles within amnesty and collection programs. And this is a point that even in previous careers was quite apt, that how do you develop an amnesty program that actually could, with the potentially encourage women to turn in weapons under a program that would also protect their husbands, and not to sort of destroy the family dynamic or ensure a lot of additional domestic violence that could occur, because under the current amnesty programs that happen within the region and stuff like that, it's only the bearer of the arms that is turned in, which would seek, which would receive the amnesty. And one of the ideas that was floating around at least 10 years ago was to how to extend an amnesty program that would encourage women to turn in weapons that are possessed within their house but not theirs. And I'm wondering that but of course there's additional consequences to that, organizers of amnesty programs can control. But it's still a legal framework that's not necessarily considered within amnesty programs. And I'm wondering if ECOWAS has looked at that and could actually, I would say, trailblaze a more equitable amnesty, recommendations to amnesty programs during voluntary collection drives. And my second question is to the last two presenters. I'm wondering, I really echoing Dr. Holton's points on the dual view of demobilization and reintegration. I'm wondering if these views and points have been shared within the current review of the IDDRS, because that's currently in its final phases, but I think it's actually a very strategic point that should be, if it's not, considered more. Thanks.
Thank you, Carl. We have 3 other questions that I've seen, so we'll take all of the interventions and then I'll turn it back to the panelists in reverse order to address. So please, Fred.
All right, thank you very much. I think I introduced myself earlier, so I'm not doing it again. So we'll save time. Mine is my thoughts on the last, on Hannah and Annie's presentation and what my colleague from AU, yes, just touched on. How do we bridge those silos? How do we bring the conversation into mainstream? And my thoughts are these, that the first place, when we support the development of action plans for the member states, the question is, to what extent are these action plans the national or the UN development assistance frameworks? Because in every country, they have the UN assistance development frameworks, which is the point of departure for all development practitioners, including the multilateral and the partners. And that is where almost everybody take their source of implementation for those respective countries. So in developing our national action plans, to what extent are they reflective of that? That's the first point. The second point is, to what extent are these action plans derived from the national development action plans themselves? Every country has their cooperation framework or development plans. So to what extent are these action plans that we are developing within our sphere of influence or mandate, how do they reflect this? It is only when we start to connect these dots, our development, UN development action framework that takes care of all the UN and multilateral partners, the one that takes care of the national partners, then we start to mainstream the conversation. Now, on the question of the resolution 1325, I was just asking my big sister here whether we've had conversations with UN Women. This conversation should be at the core of UN Women's agenda at the country level. But UN Women do not see small arms related issues as part of their issues. Why? Because it is not part of their submission in the UN Development Action Framework. So then you start to talk to them, you are talking to them outside of what they are mandated to do in those countries. So this is where the conversations should start from. This is where we can start to bring all of these development actors into the discussion. And that is only when we'll be able to make some very serious, considerable inroads in this implementation of small arms issues in the region. Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate all panelists for information. There are a lot of progress, especially on mainstreaming gender in the policy instrument and so on. But I will also note that there is still a lot of to be done. For example, empowerment of women in DDR program. And I will have one question because as we know, the women are very important in the family. And we know that the women have an influence on it, and the husbands who are in action and who decide policy also. So why we don't have more empowerment of women in DDR program, and why we have not also more action who have developed for women in action to sensitize and to sensitize, only to sensitize the family and all of stakeholders. And about WAM and gender, it's very, very, very also important. But in most of countries in West Africa, and I think even beyond, women are not taken into account in the womb because women we did not see in the countries women who are responsible of stock weapon arms management. So I think that women are good managers. So we have to entrust them with whom. In Cote d'Ivoire, for example, the head of women and ammunition stock management was a woman, and which made progress in the home in policy on marking and database also. And police department was the first agencies who have developed all actions about secure and protection of arm, about WAM. I come from one assessment in IT also, in police. It was the same. No women in WAM. And when we ask the women why they did not take into account on management of weapon and ammunition, they said they don't know. When you ask the men also why we did not take into account the women, they can't not give answers. They said they don't know also. But when you ask the women if it's possible to take responsibility to manage weapon, they said, yes, we are ready to do it. We are ready to do it and to do it better. So I think that we can continue to sensitize, all of all of men who decide who have to manage arms, who have to be responsible of arm storage management.
Good afternoon. My name is Salaman Jai. I am the National Coordinator of UNEP in Gambia. UNEP also represents civil society in the National Commissions for Small Arms. So I also sit in the Small Arms Commission. Actually, I first want to thank the wonderful ladies for their insightful presentations. My comments will be linked to that of Hannah Salama and also Annie. Annie also highlighted as one of the challenges for not achieving, not having tangible results as far as women, peace, and security is concerned because of lack of sustainability, as most of the activities that are being implemented are not sustainable because they are just one-off. I can easily relate to this because back home, most of the issues relating to the implementation of the national action plans has been shifted to the civil society organizations or the international partners. And, we know that all those projects are not sustainable. So our governments are not really committed to some of these programs. Yes, they can establish an office with staff, but when it comes to programming, it is zero. The more reason why we are not yielding a dividend as far as issues relating to women, peace, and security is concerned. And to that of Hannah Salama, yes, you did highlighted that out of the 103 countries that have a national action plan, only 31 incorporated small arms and light weapons. I think that is not fairly good. But the question that we have to ask ourselves is, what are the reasons? Maybe they don't know. Maybe there is the need to organize a meeting of such nature to also, encourage them to include issues relating to small arms and light weapons. And I think my country is also guilty because we've just validated the second generation of the Women, Peace and Security the National Action Plan, but we just don't have issues relating to arms or small arms and light weapon. But the good news is the take home is that when we meet to have a midterm review for the national action plans, I would definitely advocate for issues relating to small arms and light weapons to be incorporated. And also, as we are working towards having a national action plan for small arms and light weapons, I would also strongly advocate that we have issues relating to women, peace, and security, and in that document. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers. I think because of the time, I'm going to close it at just that round of 5. This subject certainly got a lot of interest, and I'm sure will continue to be a subject that we'll discuss in the coming days. So I'd now like to turn back to our panelists to get their responses and their final remarks. And I'll start with Siobhan and Fatima, and then I'll give the floor to Anna, then to Hannah, and then we'll have the final remarks from Dr. Ogbe here in Abuja. So Siobhan and Fatima, a lot of questions directed at you. Please be as short as you can, but we'll start with you first.
I'll be super fast, and then I will turn it to Fatima and everyone else because I have to log off for another presentation. Just to say sort of 3 points on the IDDRS. I've personally been involved in a lot of the different modules that have been revamped. So we've been trying to make sure that the evidence base informs those revisions. And one thing we have talked about in that process is moving away from a once every 10 years sort of revision process to a living, learning set of guidance, and sort of how do you do that in practice. So I think your points are very well taken. Lena, nice to see you online. I think just to get to your silo point, one other thing I think that's interesting here is that often people are operating from different private pots of information. And so there's not sort of a shared understanding of the problem. So you can't challenge assumptions, or you can't tailor programs, in part because everybody's operating from their own evidence base. So that's another area where you could help break down silos if there was a shared understanding, shared evidence. And on the question around sort of why DDR programs have not been sort of responsive to women, I think part of it, again, is because of sort of how women are seen or girls are seen. But I think there's 2 potential ways to maybe address that to get to your question. And one would be sort of changing the way we see these sort of interventions, not through a narrow security lens, but a more broad peace building lens. And then I think the roles of women and girls become much more important when you have it from that perspective, if that's sort of your goal and outset. And I think the other thing, and this is born in evidence, working out through the region, we are finding evidence that if you have a parent who's associated with Boko Haram, the probability that you will become associated with Boko Haram increases significantly across each country. And so we know the family is so important, and yet we really program towards individuals. So I think either changing our sort of outlook towards peace building, or changing our entry point from the individual to the kind of socio-ecological model, which has the family at the heart of it. And so that's another way, I think, where you would start to see a change about who is eligible and who programs are adapted for. Thanks so much. I threw my email in the chat if you want to follow up with me.
Thanks, Siobhan. Anything to add, Fatima? Okay, in that case, I'll pass to Anna from MAG. Fatima, I can see you're online. Please go ahead.
Thank you. You can pass on, please. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Then Anna, please, over to you.
Thank you. I think I reiterate with one of the participants' contribution on how we can have this conversation kickstart at that level. Because even if dribbling down to the national level at our level, it's difficult if those conversations that don't start from this space. It's a constraint, but it doesn't allow us as practitioners to do meaningful change. Even this, we have staff collectively from different institutions that are working on issues around social economic factors. But again, their organizations need to grapple it. But again, it also fits into the mandate they're supposed to do. Unless that advocacy starts in this space, it will be a bit difficult. One thing to acknowledge is that one of the things to think through is that these processes of transforming institutions within, they have to be very realistic. And they're very incremental, but each step at a time requires more effort and consistency in terms of resourcing and capacity building. That's the message I can just leave in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Over to you, Hannah.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for your very thoughtful comments and contribution. I just will address a couple of points. First, the multilateral level and women, peace and security and UN women, then the national level, and then I just wanted to say something brief about gender and WAM, since UNIDIR has done some research on this. Just to say that at a multilateral level, at a headquarters level, UN Women is involved with our topics, thanks to advocacy by UNIDIR and ODA. The Secretary General's report on women, peace and security does include information and background on arms control and disarmament measures. But as you said, it's not enough, and it's still not trickling down to the national level. And a point I see with that is just simply coordination and bringing the right people into the room. And yeah, I think it would be great to have these conversations at a national level to explore what are meaningful arms control and disarmament indicators that can be included in WPS national action plans, and vice versa in arms control national action plans. So I take that as a suggestion, as a recommendation for donors and the international community to come around some sort of dialogue on this very topic, either at a national or regional level. And again, I wanted to thank the woman from Gambia for her willingness to bring WPS into the arms control discussions that her country is having. And as she says, I mean, this is only Gambia's second WPS plans. There are some countries that are on their third and fourth. So it is a process of iteration and learning also cross-nationally. So it would be maybe a good idea to look at how other NAPs have included arms control and disarmament measures, specifically in the West African region. And finally, just on gender and WAM, I really like what the gentleman said about women's willingness to engage in these roles. And I do agree. Our research found it's just about exposure and knowledge and bringing these opportunities to women. And I would ask or throw back the question of how we can do this practically in a context like Haiti or in the ECOWAS context. How do we highlight these opportunities for women? How do we encourage them to join technical implementation roles such as physical stockpile and security management? And, you know, maybe this was just said in jest that women are better managers, but there's certainly a lot of evidence from the mine action field that show that women, explosive ordnance disposal specialists, and particularly women and men in diverse teams are more effective at clearing landmines, are safer. So, you know, there's just an argument there to be made for including more women in PSSM. Thank you.
Thank you to Hannah, Fatima and Siobhan for their interventions and responses to the questions. I know that this could go on for much longer, but I can hear stomachs rumbling here in the room, and I know that lunch is ahead of us. Before I hand over to Dr. Ogbe for the final remarks, I just want to say thank you to our 4 excellent online presenters, very clear. I think a lot of food for thought and got us off to a great start. And thank you to those of you in the room for engaging so actively and not just posing questions, but also providing useful interventions to advance the program and to give us some food for thought to reflect in the paper from this report as well. And with that, I'll pass over to you, Dr. Ogbe, for the response, I think, to a couple of questions and your final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for that excellent question, because it gives me the opportunity to really tie up what myself and other panelists have said. I am not an expert on the amnesty program, but if the amnesty program is bring your weapons and in exchange for anything, jobs, scholarship, whatever it is, we know that the system itself is state-centric. That's once you have a state-centric approach, then you know that you are in trouble. Don't allow me to say what happens to states when they are managing this type of things. We know it. There is no accountability. The system is not transparent. I'm trying to use all the right diplomatic language. So we know that is it. Bring your arms. And this is what we've been saying. These people who carry these arms are not working in isolation. They are working within communities. Most of them are in cults, they are in gangs. Also, the community depends on them for livelihood because they are the ones that have the money. If you have money, if you have guns, you have money. They are the ones that have the highest number of girlfriends. They are the ones that the traditional leader looks up to. They are the ones that a lot of other people depend on their livelihoods. They are the ones also, if you associate with them, you are likely to be stigmatized and also to have, people don't, oh, he's a criminal. Also, they are the perpetrators of gender-based violence. So if our amnesty program is just looking at bring your arms, drop them for something else, what of all the other people who are depending on them? What of the prostitutes? What are you doing with them? Because they have the information of how the young men get the arms. You're not talking to them. You just we've collected 5 arms, and in exchange, we've given them scholarship to go to Britain to study. What happens to the women? What happens to those who depend on their livelihood? And that's why we're saying that this human security angle should be part of our disarmament and dealing with proliferations of arms within our region. If it is only the government with the director of amnesty program, living big with so many cars and reporting to the government, I've seized 10 arms and I've given them jobs, then we are not addressing the problem, because more people will go and get the arms and live big, and then you create a vacuum. Gender-based violence, what happens to those women? And I tell you, it is those women that have more information on those who have arms than you, the civil servants, who are running the amnesty program. So let me stop there. I have emphasized the human security dimension. Amnesty program should not just be about arms. It should be about the people and the communities. Even the traditional ruler is lying down there and saying, my young man, you are the big boss here. He is on the payroll of the young man. He drops his arm. What happens to the traditional ruler? What of the prostitutes? They are depending on them for their livelihood. He drops the arms. He's not going to come back again to see her. And then you have not helped her with her livelihood. These are the realities that we see on the ground, we that work on human security. You are the technicians. You look at arms, where it is going, where it is stored. We go in and see human security. What is happening to livelihood? What is happening to women? What is happening to children? I will not go into deep. I've explained it in the most simplistic language that you need to understand. Finally, we can have all the action plans. We've done action plans for small arms division, but every time there's a meeting, they call me to come and talk. Why? It goes back to what my brother said. Take the ownership. Take the ownership. The ownership is not for the gender expert. The ownership is for you, the small arms and light weapons expert, to bring those stakeholders into your discussion, to bring those communities into your discussion. We have an action plan for integrating gender into small arms and light weapons. Ask them, how much budget have they put into it? Zero budget. But the good thing is that it's in the agenda of this meeting. That means change is happening. It's slow. Normally, gender in development, disarmament will be the last item on the agenda. But I'm happy that UNIDIR has brought it as the second item on the agenda. I couldn't believe it. Second item, not the last. So there is progress. There is progress, but it is slow. And it is slow. It is slow. You need to do more than that. You need to do more than the talking. Put your money to where you want action, not talking. I have followed them. They are my brothers to do their action plan, but I cannot go and look for money for them. You have to look for money and implement what is there. However, my brothers, these arms things that we're talking about, it is not a simple thing. No. If you see what is happening in Ukraine, you know, we should start being very, very concerned about our region. If those young boys get those drones into their hands, if those young boys that we see now get those kinds of technology into their hands, none of us will be spared. We will be talking about our convention of 2006 that has no relevance now. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. And I think that's a good way to finish this second session. I wish you all a great lunch, and we'll start again at 1:30 West African time. So I hope you don't get indigestion, but please don't be too slow. So see you all again soon. Thank you. And thank you to everyone joining online. And thank you to our fantastic panelists for what we can see was clearly a very, very stimulating session. Thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, recorder, can I start? My name is Afi Yakubu. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Small Arms Commission in Ghana. And I'm honored to be your moderator this afternoon. we have a very interesting topic to discuss, and that is lessons learned in tackling the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons. And as I look down my list, I also know that we have an interesting array of very experienced, well-versed experts to discuss this subject matter. They are Dr. Sani Adamu from the ECOWAS Small Arms Division, Mr. Mohamed Koulibaly, a researcher on conventional arms and ammunition program in UNIDIR, Honorable Teklo Maxwell, Grigsby, excuse me if I don't pronounce it well. He's the chairman of the Liberia National Commission on Small Arms. We also have Mr. Alan Ngari, Regional Organized Crime Observatory Coordinator for the West Africa Institute for Security Studies. And last but not the least is Mr. Matthias Stenberg, the program manager, Okwati. I understand Matthias is going to join us online? Okay, good.
Yes, I'm online.
And you will all agree with me that this is a very exciting topic to discuss. And from where I stand, and in my previous background, I know that West Africa is one of the countries that has been unfairly hit by the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons. And it's been going on, if I dare say, for over 2 decades. I would always insist that our problems started with the collapse of the Cold War and with excess files from the East and West all finding their way to Africa. And we had the Northern Mali Civil War conflict. We also had Sierra Leone Civil War, we had Liberia Civil War, we had Cote d'Ivoire Civil War, and other pockets of conflict. And this all culminated in the collapse of Libya, which also rained down a lot of weapons on our sub-region. And today we have terrorist insurgency activities on our hands. So with this kind of brief introduction, I know we don't have much time and it's a very exciting topic. So I would propose that I would give each panelist 10 minutes. 10 minutes, please, after which we would open the floor for discussion. So may I have Dr. Adamu Sani to lead the process now.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the stockpile management practices of our security forces is also accounting to the numbers. A lot of efforts, were deployed over time to be able to strengthen the physical safety and security facilities of our security forces. In West Africa, we have also substantial presence of local artisanal producers. These are artisans that ordinarily should be producing farm implements, but they are now into production of sophisticated arms and ammunition in our communities. These are all contributing to the numbers, and the consequences is what we are seeing today. Increasing in crime and criminalities in most of our countries. Insurgencies, banditry, and kidnappings. These are specific impacts, that we are seeing resulting from the easy access of arms and ammunition, among our population. And the impact also is obvious. Destruction of properties, deaths, and a lot of humanitarian consequences as well. So with this in mind, the ECOWAS region, of course, we all know, put in place a sustainable implementation framework, an instrument in the ECOWAS Convention on Small Arms and Light Weapons. And the objective of the convention, we all know, is to enable our member states to reduce the numbers. And how do you reduce the numbers? Imports, official imports are critical segments that we see happening over time. Import practices that are not regulated, we all know, will be having a lot of challenges. So the ECOWAS Convention is putting in place an effective regulation framework, which we earlier highlighted in the exemption process. All our member states importing would necessarily have to subject their imports to the scrutiny of ECOWAS Commission. And not only that, ECOWAS Commission will scrutinize, but also the other member states. In other words, if Nigeria, for instance, is importing, we'll make the submission to ECOWAS Commission. ECOWAS Commission will evaluate the request from Nigeria, and the request from Nigeria after the evaluation by ECOWAS will be circulated to the 14 other member states for their opinions. And if there are objections, we all know what will consequently happen. This is an effort by ECOWAS Commission to promote transparency and to also build trust among our member states. The convention also has an effective physical safety and security practices and standards that our member states are supposed to comply with. The inventory, regular inventory of what we have in our storage facilities, we know the importance of that. You need to isolate, from what you have of the obsolete as well as the excess for prompt destruction. This is an important obligation which our member states are expected to carry out. The site where we normally place our storage facilities, most of the facilities are of colonial origin, we all know, and civilian population, civilian assets and facilities have actually taken over. And for us to prevent the potentials for unintended explosions are also issues that the convention is focusing on, to be able to see that member states are not only providing physical safety and security, but they are also placing appropriately, allocating armories appropriately as the case may be. Now, institutional implementation framework. There is no gainsaying. If you have an instrument like you have in the ECOWAS Convention, you need to have a convenient national structure that is going to carry out the key provisions and the implementation of that instrument. Article 24 of the convention obligates all our member states to put in place, a national commission on small arms and light weapons. The essence is to be able to have, a dedicated national structure, to have a dedicated secretariat, and also to deploy, skilled manpower that will be able to deliver on the key objectives of having an institution like that. The region has actually progressed significantly in this direction. Not only that, all the member states are having, national commissions duly created through acts of parliament, but they also have dedicated secretariats, except for 2 or 3 countries that we are also on them at the moment to be able to see that they fully put in place these national structures through our national level advocacies at the highest level to be able to see that these are in place. Except, of course, also for one country that is still outstanding in terms of legal procedure, legal act, or the act that will eventually establish the National Commission. So these are important, lessons, important progress at the regional level that will continue to capitalize on. The West Africa, we have different legal traditions in West Africa. Our colonial masters, we all know. So we have 3 different legal traditions. So for us to fight the fight effectively, we need to have
We just have
common approach.
1 minute to go.
We need to have common approach to enable us, effectively also have, common laws, frameworks, so that at the same level, all the member states will be able to have the possibility of responding to infractions. If we have legal traditions or legal environments where the laws are weak, the perpetrators of this act will continue to perpetrate their acts and also take those environments as their safe havens. Now, in terms of specific lessons, what I've done is earlier is to provide us with the backgrounder in terms of the global, considerations as to what our region and how we fared in terms of also implementing, particularly the ECOWAS Convention. Now, in terms of lessons, arms transfer policy continue to reinforce confidence building among our member states. In other words, if the exemption procedure is not in place, for instance, our member states will be suspicious of one another. We have not had in the last decade, in fact, in the last 2-3 decades, we have not had interstate conflicts. So if a member state is accumulated, then the neighbors actually begin to be suspicious of the number and the quantity of accumulation. So the procedure, the exemption procedure, is providing us with the convenience that is allowing member states to have confidence among themselves for the effectiveness of the arms transfer policy. Now, training and retraining of weapons storage managers provided recipe for the challenges we are seeing in the official stockpiles of our security forces. The ECOWAS Commission in the last 3 years, we have devoted considerable time in terms of getting to increase the capacities of our security forces through the collaboration with the GFF4 and the German Verification Center. We have brought in the multinational small arms group to be able to provide, in collaboration with the regional actors, to provide our security services with the required capacities so that we have efficiency in record keeping, we have efficiency in also the management of our storage facilities. Community level approach to programming contributed to the massive improvement of resilience, of our border communities. We all know the tendencies and the vulnerabilities of our border communities. And this is expected. A lot of our border communities are far away from capitals, and therefore governmental presence are not as much as expected. So a lot of illicit activities are taking place in some of these border communities. So the ECOWAS Commission, within the framework of some of our projects, for instance, the ECOWAS EU Small Arms Project, we had a paradigm shift in terms of national level implementation of programs to community level implementation of programs. This has been, and we also dovetail the 10th EDF obligation into the 11th EDF, which Okwati is currently also promoting. This dovetail into having to increase the resilience of our communities our communities in at the border lines, so that effectively arms and ammunition and other illicit cross-border trafficking activities would be minimized. Harmonization of legislations. We said it earlier, with the entry into force of the ATT, we need to see that the implementation of both instruments, the ECOWAS Convention as well as the ATT, are done seamlessly in our member states. And how do we do that? We need to have a framework that will help to guide the implementation of these instruments by some of our member states, in fact, by all the member states. And this was what ECOWAS Commission did in the adoption of the ECOWAS model framework for the implementation of the ATT as well as the ECOWAS Convention. This is an important lesson. Member states with the entry into force of the ATT started creating secretariats for the implementation of the ATT as well. And the ECOWAS Commission saw it as duplication, and we needed now to harmonize and see that traction is being introduced, so that effectively, arms and ammunition as well as other conventional weapons are being implemented for their control in our member states. Implementation of other continental and global initiatives continue to leverage on the progress made in our region. It's only in ECOWAS region on the African continent that you see the level of ratifications, for instance, of the Arms Trade Treaty. Of all the regs on the continent, is only in ECOWAS that we have 14 ratifications of the 23 ratifications that we have on the African continent. This goes to demonstrate clearly the effectiveness and the gamut of work that ECOWAS Commission deployed over this period. Resource mobilization. There is no gainsaying. Whatever we do without resources is always a huge challenge. And small arms control requires substantial injection of resources for you to be able to do that. And the regional approach model that ECOWAS is promoting is the practical way to go. In other words, the ECOWAS Commission has put in place sustainable framework that towards engaging with our partners, and we're all having them. I'm sure around the table here, a number of them are already here, even though this initiative is between ECOWAS and UNIDIR. And this initiative alone also testifies to the fact that ECOWAS is a credible institution, and a lot of partners are actually eager and also interested in working and accompanying ECOWAS into this. Madam Moderator, establishing the nexus between small arms issues and the transnational organized crimes is an important obligation. We need to begin to have, the nuances, creating the nuances between these criminal tendencies. Because working in silos, implementing, all of these obligations individually is not only it's not only expensive, but also is not cost effective. So we have deployed the platform in terms of engaging other aspects of transnational organized crimes, to be able to see that alongside fighting small arms, we are seen to be fighting drug trafficking, illicit and other illicit trafficking. The best assessment on weapons and ammunition management across the ECOWAS region provided us with the platform for action, that member states are having today. And it is on this note I would like to stop. But importantly, weapons and ammunition management, seeing through the life cycle management of our weapons, is important. If we don't see from imports to destruction, the tendency is what I earlier said. There will be leakages officially, there will be leakages unofficially. So concerted efforts that ECOWAS put in place, of course, in collaboration with UNIDIR, to have gone through 10 countries in our region, and we have made the baseline assessment of all that is there, has helped in providing the gaps, for our countries, and they are putting, concerted efforts at the moment to be able to actually address those issues. The train-the-trainer workshops that I earlier highlighted is also, in addition, part of what the ECOWAS region had done. The silencing of the guns project, even though the African Union, put in place the plan of action, is only on the continent, is only ECOWAS region that had the opportunity of keying into the initiative effectively by identifying our key regional priorities and also allowing member states in the region specifically to also identify their national level priorities, just to be able to accompany the African Union in silencing the guns. I would like to stop here, Madam Chair, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sani. And you would all agree with me that that was really deep and elaborate, and it's taken us on a cruise on what ECOWAS has been doing in terms of border surveillance, trying to deal with our porous borders, and also recognizing the contribution to this menace by our own people, that is local production. And I know that my country is very guilty of that, in addition to a whole lot of other neighboring countries. But he's also reminded us of the efforts that ECOWAS has done, extending requests from other partner institutions globally, and to address the problems through training. Indeed, I would not want to summarize because that will take us another 10 minutes. And it looks as if my 10 minutes is inadequate, but the rest, I hope that you would bear with me. So let's have Mr. Coulibaly, 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Safi Yakubu, and thank to all the participants on behalf of UNIDIR. Mohamed Coulibaly, I'm the focal point for Africa, in charge of the Africa portfolio when it's come to conventional arms and ammunition program. I'm not based in Geneva, I'm based in Mali, although the institute is based in Geneva. So I am the focal point here for West Africa. My presentation will then follow what Dr. Sani brilliantly done, is to take up on the cooperation side between ECOWAS and UNIDIR. If you can, the PowerPoint is there, if it's possible to enlarge a little bit. Yes, thank you so much. So we all agree that the illicit trade of small arms and light weapons, but I can say conventional arms has posed a challenge for the security of West Africa since decades. And ECOWAS, we have to say, made a huge effort to tackle this issue. Since the ECOWAS moratorium on small arms in 1998, followed by the establishment of PICASET, followed by the ECOWAS Convention on Small Arms and Light Weapons that Sani brilliantly explained, and ECOSAP projects, of course, all under the direction of the Small Arms Division. So ECOWAS is doing a lot in terms of fighting against small arms. So we do have a cooperation with ECOWAS in other domains, but the main areas of cooperation are support to 3 ECOWAS member states to conduct national weapons and ammunition management baseline assessment. Baseline assessment is a reference point for a member state to know where they are in terms of weapon and ammunition management. This is quite innovative as such, because it will allow member states to know the status of where they are in terms of weapon and ammunition management through a life cycle of weapon. I will explain later. The second point of cooperation is the development of an ECOWAS strategy to counter the threat posed by improvised explosive devices. My colleague Anna will certainly make a presentation around our cooperation in this area. And the last one is this seminar, ECOWAS UNIDIR Regional Disarmament. Huge thank to both Aoba, Sani, and Syria, and Musa, the Ambassador Musa, for taking up this forward. Since 2019, Sani, we were discussing on this initiative. So I'm happy that we are proud to see this happen. Next slide. So among this, I'm just going to talk about the first one, the WAM, Weapon and Ammunition Management. This is, so as I said, we will intervene the framework of the ECOWAS Convention on Small Arms and the implementation of the plan of action of the convention. We do know that ECOWAS has developed a 5-year action plan for the implementation of the ECOWAS Convention started from 2020 with BICC support and other partners, which is a great achievement indeed. And also, ECOWAS is doing a lot in terms of harmonizing policies and practices. Sani just mentioned the TOT, but I can say that I was part of the brokering guidelines, tracing, marking. So all these guidelines have been developed by ECOWAS, including the civilian possession of arms, which will be finalized under GIZ and Aquatic project. Next. Next. So what is our approach? I must say that it's important to know that UNIDIR is a research institute. We do not do operational activity. We are research, which means our main target is to develop tool, study, and also support in terms of innovative research and dialogue. So as such, what we are doing in our cooperation with ECOWAS is to support the baseline assessment and develop a roadmap. This is in fact a research, because a report will come up after the assessment, and the report is shared with the member states and also interested donors. We gather lessons and identify good practices, and we facilitate dialogue within a country. Like, for example, this is a dialogue process indeed. When we go to a country to do a WAM baseline assessment, you have intelligence people in the room, you have police, you have army, you have civil society. So we create space for dialogue among the stakeholders. We were talking about gender this morning, and it's important to create such a space to have a dialogue in important issues such as like gender dimension of arms control. We produce tools. So we have developed what we call a methodology in doing weapon and ammunition management baseline assessment. This methodology is available in English, I think soon in French, and we hope to translate also in Portuguese. Next. So in terms of WAM, why WAM baseline assessment? The WAM baseline assessment is part of the strategic intervention that both ECOWAS, UNIDIR, and other partners will have. Each country will develop a national policy or strategy in terms of security or defense, whether it's defense planning or material management, but we do have this as a roadmap for member states, for country to have a national policy or strategy. So we intervene in supporting this policy and this strategy by doing an assessment and develop a roadmap. So the one baseline assessment, which will include national stakeholders, international partners, is a process whereby we do a mapping of capacity of the country in terms of preventing, managing, and avoid illicit arms trade. So this will help national coordination mechanism as well to develop the national action plan later on and to develop program and projects. So these are the three main areas that we consider, but as you can see, we intervene at the strategic level again. Next. So what are the key functional areas that we look at during the baseline assessment? We go through the national coordination mechanism, the NATCOM. What is the status of the NATCOM? Is a legal framework of it, the mandate of the NATCOM, etc. So we have an extensive discussion both with the NATCOM members, if it exists, but also technical person and also a policy maker in the country. We review the legal aspect, the regulatory framework that Sani addressed. We also review the transfer control mechanism in align, for example, with the ATT provisions, stockpile management, marking, record keeping, tracing of arms, illicit processing of illicit arms, weapon collection and disposal, including destruction. But we noticed that when we do the 1BA in member states, two topics come up clearly. One is the craft production. Most of the member states are facing craft production as a fact. So we will take time to discuss about the craft production, even if it is not in the legal law, in the law, but we still discuss on it. This is something that ECOWAS is encouraging us to do. The gender consideration as well. I must say that to be fair with ECOWAS, that each meeting that we do, we have a section on gender. We discuss on gender and we reflect it on the report. Next. So at the end of this assessment, we have a roadmap. A national one-based assessment is a starting point for follow-up activity to strengthen WAM. So we develop this national action plan, which will then help to review the national strategy, to develop national action plan if needed, and also to inform the development of a dedicated national policy, for example, for ammunition management. I do remember when we did the 1BA in Ghana, the 1BA was really focused on the ammunition management, and Ghana was one of the champion countries in terms of the GGE, the group of governmental experts on ammunition. So they asked ECOWAS to do a specific 1BA on ammunition. So it's also helped donors to know the needs of the country in terms of weapon and ammunition management. We are talking here about conventional arms, not only small arms and light weapon. We are addressing conventional arms. Next. Next, okay. So far, these are the countries we have been able to do the WAM. If you look at the ECOWAS member states, I think it's 10 countries, Sani. So in the ECOWAS planning, the remaining country will be done. We said 3 countries per year. I think the COVID has, changed a little bit our plan. Otherwise, we could have finished with the 15 countries. But I'm sure for next year, we have Cote d'Ivoire coming, Gambia, and certainly ECOWAS will tell us the third country. But for sure, Cote d'Ivoire and Gambia will be the next countries that we are going to do the BA. So you can see since 2006, we start by Cote d'Ivoire actually. Ivory Coast or Cote d'Ivoire. I said the official name is Cote d'Ivoire, not Ivory Coast. So sorry. So Cote d'Ivoire will need to update the baseline assessment because it has been done since 2016. Things have changed. So the last country we did this year was Benin. We did Benin this year. Next. Benin. So we also produce what we call the WAM Insight. This is a very good summary of what we do in terms of activities. There is an update, a yearly update. My colleague Anna and other researchers based in Geneva participate to that, Paul as well. And also we have individual report, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Liberia. You can find all these reports in our website, UNIDIR website. You can download them and read. This is not the full report though. It's just an executive summary because the full report is quite sensitive. It is given to the member states. It's up to the member state to share or not. We don't publish that. We just publish an executive summary, which is approved by ECOWAS and by the member state. This is what you can get on the website. Next. So to end, Madam Chair, next, we have a team of colleagues based in Geneva, in Africa. So this is the team basically. You have the UNIDIR website where you can get our publication. There are very good publications on ATT, diversion of arms. We have publication. I encourage you to go there and have a lot of research documents on the issue of conventional arms, not only small arms and light weapons. Other colleagues will talk about space security and other, but when it's come to conventional arms, we have a lot of research material that you can download from the website. Madam Chair, thank you so much. I hope I didn't take long.
The way Dr. Sani reacted, I'm careful not to stop you, but you did better. I hope the next the next speaker will do even better. Okay. So let me not summarize and waste time. Later we'll have time to discuss all that together. So we now have Dr. The Honorable Teglu Maxwell.
Thank you. Let me say thanks again to ECOWAS for the opportunity as always. And thank UNIDIR. We've had a lot of discussions and I'm happy about the outcome we're receiving at this regional seminar. Obviously, I'm not ECOWAS, I'm not UNIDIR, I'm a member state. So I will speak differently. We sit where the practical action takes place. So first, I want to look at legal and regulatory framework. We had the ECOWAS convention. Obviously, both the member states had different laws regulating arms in member states. But what are the challenges, specifically when it comes to targeting the twin evil? The twin evil will be trafficking and diversion. Trafficking and diversion. What are the challenges? First, Liberia has a unique history. By 1847, we did a constitution that made armed possession a constitutional right. So every Liberian citizen could claim arms as a matter of constitutional right. By 1986, bulk of the population above 21 years were already in possession of arms, and they became the initial weapon used to start the crisis. So we learned a lesson. Then we said, it's good for the US, from whence we've written almost everything in Liberia, but it seems we have to depart. So we departed from the US in terms of arm bearing being constitutional right in 1986. When we wrote the new constitution, that was omitted. where in 2022, even some of the best legal scholars in Liberia still believe that arm bearing is a constitutional right issue. So you see the complications. And many times I go to a meeting, I had a privilege to speak with most of the ambassadors at the invitation of the US Embassy just quite recently. And when I made a presentation, the ambassador said to me, you have to do this frequent because we're hearing this, for the first time in 2022. So you cannot tackle trafficking and illicit trade of firearm when the legal and regulatory framework is not, in place. That is the fundamental concept most of us in West Africa will have to address. What have we done differently? So I realized that the Firearm Act of 2015 was very unique. Part of that provision, illegal importation of firearms, is a first-degree felony. And those of us who have read a little bit of law, we know that when a crime is felonious, especially when it's first degree, it's at the highest. But that is what we have in our firearms law. In reality, are we enforcing that provision? So that becomes a challenge. The first thing I'd like to share with you is that member states need to ensure that they synchronize the Firearms Act with the penal law. In most countries, you have the penal law, which is used for criminal procedures. So the police are taught to enforce, on the strength of the penal law. They do not use firearms law to enforce, acts that are considered crime. And under the theory of legality, an act is only a crime when the law prohibits that act. So the police officer in the far east, southeast of Liberia looks for the penal law. If somebody import firearm into Liberia illegally, he takes the penal law. In Liberia, penal law enacted 2008 and amended 2011, chapter 17.11 says illegal importation is a misdemeanor. So even though the Firearm Act of 2015 says illegal importation is a felonious crime, but the penal law that the police officer is taught to enforce, all his action is on the strength of the penal law. It says illegal importation of firearm is misdemeanor. And something that is misdemeanor in the penal law is only punishable by fine. So when the police officer charged that man for illegal importation on the strength of the penal law, pursuant to chapter 17.11, he's taken to court. The judge cannot do more than fining that man to pay 300 US, which is the equivalent. The commissions will have to combat that. Thankfully, Liberia Commission has a lawyer, so I've raised this with the Ministry of Justice. We have something we call the recency doctrine in law. It requires that when an opinion of the court, a new opinion is made on the subject matter in most common law countries, because we have common law and civil law. So in most common law countries, just in perspective, the recent doctrine of the court in most instances is considered prevailing on matter of similar circumstances. The most recent law on a subject matter is considered the intent of the legislature on that subject matter. So in 2011, the legislature had a penal law, which says when you import firearm, misdemeanor in the penal law. But in 2015, they did a firearms law. Say when you import firearm illegally, it's felonious. What would the court enforce? The court said, but your law is administrative. So these are the real challenges that we have to confront. So I have sat with the Ministry of Justice, and we are now, even though we have a new law, firearms law, which is very strong, but we must do the other one to amend the penal law so that the same provision we have in the Firearm Act is what we have in the penal law. There will be no ambiguity. There will be no conflict. So you cannot combat the twin evil, diversion and trafficking, if you do not put in place the legal and regulatory framework. And the laws must be in sync. And there's now a Liberia case alone. In most of the other countries, Ghana, Nigeria, and others, before the firearm law came into being, there were many other laws. These laws are still existing. Of recent, we had a situation with a young man who had imported 25 pieces of single barrel, long range. And then he was caught at a checkpoint, arrested by the police and incarcerated. They were placed in jail. So we contacted the police and informed the police that the best thing to do, since this man imported a firearm, we should use the firearm law, knowing that he did not have intention to commit crime, but his action is wrong. So the flexibility is that where the person did not show any intent to commit crime or is not associated with any criminal group, you can find that person administrative sanction. But where it is established that that person has knowledge, has been held prior to that act, then you have to punish that person. So let's fine him on the strength of the Firearms Act, which makes the fine up to $1,000. The officer at the police said, no, 20 single barrel is too much. We have to send this man to court. We said, okay, go ahead. So the police processed the individual and sent him to court. The judge called me, I explained the law. The judge said, okay, since they came to court, we found a man 300 because the law said we cannot find a man more than 300. So these are the complications. So you talk about legal and regulatory framework. These are the practical issues. The next is institutional arrangement. Institutional arrangement. Most of the commissions have limitation when it comes to enforcement. So you don't enforce, you rely on another institution to enforce. And you must provide sufficient information. You must remain engaged. You must continue to train the man-hour of this institution so that they do the same job that you ought to do at the commission. So that's another point we all have to look at. What role, who does what? You know, for me, that is very, very, very critical. What are some of the things we've done differently? Somebody say, oh, you talk about small arm, you're not putting youth. Obviously, you know, we have a peculiar situation in Africa. The African Youth Charter defines youth between the ages of 15 to 35, which is not the same in most of the Western countries. You know, it's 24, 25 downward, but in Africa, considering the peculiar situation we've had, youth is up to 35. When I was appointed chairman of the commission, I became chairman before I became 35. So in Liberia, we've demonstrated that youth should not only be included, but youth have the capacity to manage the challenges of the country. So youth inclusion for us is very paramount. Prior to my appointment, we had others, but the extent to which the young people have become attracted to the work of arms control in Liberia is different from my predecessors. Because before we saw small arm issue as the issue for the generals, no offense, please, you know, because it was about army and security issue. That was the orientation given. We saw that for elderly people. Most people will tell you in Liberia, they say the commission, when somebody want to retire, then you send them there. You know, that was the general perception of young people. So when the president appointed me, the question to me was, what are you going to do there? Sometimes it's a perception issue. I don't think arms control should be an issue for a set of people because this is a political issue. For instance, in Liberia, we have security concerns, but our law says civilians should not possess firearm for protection. When you are home and you see that your neighbor wife is being raped by armed men, and you have children in your home, and the law says don't get firearm, and you see that there are others possessing fire illegally, and there's no action to enforce the law, it creates the ground for everyone to think that violating the law should be business as usual. So it becomes a political concern. You talk about illicit trade of firearm, the 2016 report on Liberia, and I will close up on that one because for me it's key. Illicit trade is not just amongst criminal enterprises. It's amongst even statutory institutions. Because you have a peculiar situations in Africa, generally, where most of the security institutions and the officers are paid too low, that the salary cannot even take care of them. Most of the police officers make not more than $200. If you have one pistol now in Liberia and you tell someone you're selling it, you can get a buyer for $1,500. because pistol is not just readily available. So a man who makes 200 has the capacity to seize pistol. He can get 1,500 in split second. It is a very attractive business. So it makes the work of the commission very challenging, where I have to rely on a group of people that might even be a part of the trade. And there's evidence to that. The 2016 panel of expert report on Liberia clearly recorded an officer in Maryland who was involved in the trade, the illicit trade of firearms between the border of Maryland, and the community adjacent. That is in the report. So you have a commission that must not only be monitoring criminals and criminal enterprises, but a commission that must also be cautious about diversion of state arms, as well as the trade by persons who should otherwise they will go to rob. Thank you. So they will go to do robbery. They will wear uniform that are like police uniform. And there was panic. Oh, you want them? Okay. Thank you. So that was a challenge for us. It eroded the trust in the police to a greater extent. Thankfully, with the support of ECOWAS, we introduced the marking of weapon using the ECOWAS unique marking. Today, we've marked up to 98% of state security weapons. Every time a weapon is found at a crime scene, all of the different units are concerned. If a police weapon is found at a crime scene, the police gets afraid because we can distinguish the weapon assigned to the police from the one assigned to the AFL, from the one assigned to other units. So the marking has become a very necessary ingredient in helping us prevent diversion of state asset into civilian population. I just like to say this because if we continue to push for member states to mark all, and not some, all of the weapons in their possession, we are in a better position to ensure that we prevent diversion from state to civilian possession. Some of the things we've done differently. At the different borders, we've instituted the border management team. UNDP had the border security, which has assisted with the security program along the border. There's a slight difference between our border management team and the border security that has been supported over time by UNDP. The border security, we're a component of security officer, joint security between countries. Our border management team add another ingredient. We've added the cross-border traders. A lot of the people into cross-border trade are the people with a lot of information. So we've established the team. We added cross-border traders. Yeah, so I just take 1 minute. So we added cross-border traders. We've added the religious group in the border community. We've added a religious group. And then we have a unit responsible for intelligence that is not part of the team for providing us information on our cross-border program. Most of the action will not only be at the border, there are some of the actions in the community. So with the support of the African Union and the UN Office on Disarmament Affairs, we've initiated a new program, the Community Policing Network. There are community policing team in the community, but their focus has been on community police relationship only. But we received support from the Office on Disarmament Affairs with that support, and the one on the border management team was supported by Okwati. I just like to say that with the manager here. But the community policing network are a component of community members focusing on possession of firearms in the community and providing information to the commission. I I've gone a little above my time. I will just run on the 1 minute to say some of the constraints we are having. Ownership. And during the earlier session, somebody talked about ownership. The first thing when I say arms control issue is a political subject, I'm saying it deliberately because most of the countries we find ourselves in West Africa, we are countries, but our decisions, most of our decisions must be approved. And this is a known fact. In many countries, the decision must have the highest approval rating beyond the borders of your country. And when you sit in the position we find ourselves, you realize that you have to do more consultation. And I think that has been our strength in trying to reduce the illicit trade of firearms. First, you must have political will. You must inform the president of the country about your work. You don't have to meet the president every day if you're not very close to the president, but they are associates of the president. You have to find time to explain your work because the president is too busy to want to hear about small arms, but we're talking education, health, public infrastructure, but you must put your subject on the burner that the president will have to hear you either directly or through surrogates. You must know the powers that control the politics of your country. And any chairperson who does not know that, you cannot get the work done. The commission we just established on arms, I told members of my team that I wanted the commission to have two things. First, I wanted the commission to maintain the tenure for presidential appointees, but I wanted the commission to have a direct budget support and have semi-financial autonomy. And in the first meeting, everyone told me I was mad in just 30 seconds because that was impossible. So I said, let me try the madness, just a close-up. And this is good for most of the other commissions. So we included in the proposal to the legislature that we wanted budget support. By 2012, Liberia spent $0 to any commission for arms control. In 2022, Liberia has budgeted 1.2 million. So if I hear people say, since 2006, the ECOWAS Convention has made no impact, I disagree fundamentally. We've made immense progress within the West African area. We have not done 100%, but you see that countries are making genuine commitment to ensure that we control arms. So when I sent that to the legislature on the first instance, I was voted down. But we have Sandy, we have Ahoba, we have Frey and others. Every time there's a challenge, we do meeting with member of parliament. Sandy will be on the phone, on the Zoom meeting. He doesn't have to come to Liberia. We had a chance where Ahoba came to Liberia to do training. I took the entire group, all the people that want to train, I carried them to the legislature. Sometimes you have to use the external actors to impress on the government. And you have to use the powers that when they tell the president this thing should happen, the president forced to listen. So it's been, for me, it's been, a unique experience. And in next year, we intend to share this with most of African countries. The commission in Liberia will not have all the money to solve all of our problems, but it's a better commission that is more stronger, more financially, positioned and strategically ready to help the security sector as a partner and not one other institution. Thank you. It's been an opportunity. I'm sorry if I took you.
Thank you very much. It's very insightful to listen to the dynamics between the legal framework that you have in your country and how you have been able to maneuver your way. The commission, a very respectable one in Liberia. Let me just quickly move on to the next speaker. That is Alan Ngari. That's Regional Organized Crime Observatory Coordinator for West Africa.
Thank you, Madam Yakubu. Just a small correction. I'm no longer the Regional Organized Crime Observatory Coordinator. I work for the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation in Johannesburg in South Africa. Let me join my fellow panelists to thank ECOWAS Commission as well as UNIDIR for the invitation to be here. It's really a pleasure to share some of our results from the research that we've done in the past that speaks to this very question. And my presentation will focus on the physical state of security and stockpile management in West Africa and the Sahel as at 2022. I hope that I will keep within the 10 minutes, and I hope I'll not be too fast and you will hear what I have to say. So I'll explore key policies and practices and questions as to whether governments struggle to maintain their arms and ammunition because they bite off too much to eat, whether they encounter unforeseen circumstances that lead to the exposure and diversion of weaponry. You've heard some of our colleagues here speak about diversion, or they're just negligent. So some key policies, global processes have evolved into effective management of stockpiles of arms and ammunition, including the International Ammunition Technical Guidelines, which provide internationally acknowledged standards of I'll just call it PSSM. Full compliance with international standards set out in treaties and instruments is difficult to achieve, particularly in resource-scarce countries. These countries could, however, incrementally implement low-cost, high-impact projects to meet minimum standards and safe SALW storage. So PSSM is an integral component of the AU Master Roadmap of Practical Steps to Silence the Guns in Africa by the year 2020 and its plan of action on small arms light weapons. Going forward, it's broadened its thematic and regional scope to provide users with and visitors with information on interventions across Africa in priority areas. And this include marking, record keeping and tracing, transfer, and end user controls and brokering. You've heard some of my colleagues speak about this. Other priorities are information about cross-border cooperation, legislative and regulatory frameworks, institutional structures and national coordination mechanisms, criminal justice responses, embargo enforcement, registration, and voluntary disarmament. So that's on the policy framework. But these are some of the challenges that we have seen in PSSM and that might really resonate with us in the room and in the region. So there have been great efforts to deal with and improving PSSM in the aftermath of the Libyan and Malian civil wars. There are interlinked processes that West African states need to pay particular attention to. And we have started to name some of this from the morning. The first is the climate crisis, as an example. Tackling the effects of drought in the Sahel would lead to a greater focus on agriculture than on pastoralism. Human mobility is linked to cross-border movement of herdsmen seeking green pasture and who depend on small arms light weapons for their protection of their cattle and themselves. So demand for arms and ammunition has been sustained for decades by farmer-herder conflicts, but the number of illegally acquired arms remains unknown. The ECOWAS Protocol on Transhumance recognizes the importance of cross-border mobility along traditional routes. But according to a UNIDIR study, where these routes are blocked and livestock's movement curtailed, encroachment on farms often triggers conflict. This leads to a corresponding increase in the demand for arms, which then puts pressure on government stockpiles while fighting illicit arms dealers. Lower demand for weapons and ammunition would reduce the volume of risks to government stockpiles, while in Africa, it remains a major source for illegal arms and ammunition. That is the government stockpiles. At the core of illicit proliferation of arms in many parts of Africa is the instability that is caused by many factors, including governance gaps, state-embedded actors in inherent weak and or corrupt institutions. I think we heard one of the panelists talk about just the disparities between them, the amount of money that some state officials earn compared to the benefits they might derive from the sale of these arms. And so these are some of the state-embedded actors that we should pay attention to. This has happened in numerous occasions in the region, the result being that weapons circulate almost uncontrollably across borders. Transnational linkages through trade, cross-border ethnic ties, organized criminal groups, and rebel group mobility, among others, also contribute to conflicts accompanied by illicitly acquired arsenal from government stockpiles. Countries that straddle the Sahel belt, including Burkina Faso, Mauritania, Mali, and Niger, continue to suffer conflict. there is an estimated uncontrolled flow across the region of between 10 to 20,000 small arms light weapons, which are taken from government stockpiles. Mali and surrounding countries have borne the brunt of this. Several initiatives have been established. We've heard some of them this morning, but the recurrence of violence in the region, the coup d'etats, for example, that in Sudan in 2019, and we must also just see the way in which that whole belt of the Sahel actually does is affected. So the Sudan coup in 2019 does have an effect in the Sahel region in West Africa. Of course, in Mali in 2020 and Chad in 2021, weapons have continued to circulate. Other processes are also affected. According to Mali's NATCOM, a source there, the country's suspension from ECOWAS ended its access to activities such as the crucial PSSM planning in late 2021. This has derailed the country's fight against the illegal proliferation of small arms light weapons. Another handicap of the PSSM project in the region is the tendency to differentiate between regional and national projects, making projects appear as two different entities. But whatever PSSM project is seen and implemented regionally, in reality, it translates into a national project because the implementation occurs at national and eventually also decentralized into the village and local levels. But it's perhaps the diabolical nexus between organized crime and violent extremism that has spurred the spread and use of small arms light weapons in the region. The growing power of non-state armed groups and terrorist networks, as well as the deteriorating social and political stability, has exacerbated this. To cause fear and maximum damage, antagonists seek more lethal weapons, which prompts them to penetrate state stockpiles, particularly in countries in conflict with compromised state security. Most weapons in the hands of extremist groups originate from stockpiles from Libya from as far back as 2011. According to the UN panel of experts on Mali, the Libyan civil war caused an outflow of weapons from government stockpiles into West Africa. The Mali linkages occurred when a mixture of Tuareg and Libyan ethnicities fled Libya into Mali and through radical armed groups based in East Libya with transnational affiliation, of course, to Al-Qaeda. A significant challenge that states in West Africa will need to address, and we heard a little bit about this, is a question around artisanal weapons. These weapons are manufactured in workshops across the region in alarming numbers. In a study that I carried out in Bamako, it was in the context of the Okwati project, looking at urbanization and trafficking of arms. We were informed by the Mali NATCOM that there were about 300 artisanal workshops that manufacture weapons in Bamako alone. That's quite surprising. So can you imagine then throughout the region just the extent of artisanal weapons that are moving around? And these artisanal weapons pose significant challenge to the authorities. So in Mali, there is an interdict on firearms licensing presently, which has been in place since 2021. But even with this, it doesn't quite respond to the challenge of artisanal weapons manufacturing or even the supply of the conventional ammunitions that these artisanal weapons use. So in conclusion, effective PSSM processes are crucial to weapons management and the future stability of any of our countries in the West Africa region. I just want to draw your attention to some lessons also that we are learning that we've discussed here, and that is the siloed approach in dealing with the crime conflict nexus. We heard earlier this morning about the nexus between arms trafficking and other illicit criminal markets in the spectrum of transnational organized crime. We also know that the availability and the proliferation of small arms light weapons is key in conflicts, both ongoing and new conflicts, including addressing violent extremism. Some of the responses have received significant attention, but a lot of it has been militarized and securitized. These are necessary, that is, the militarized and securitized approaches, But we also need to turn to other responses that would assist in dealing with the conflict, and which in turn would decrease the demand for small arms, light weapons, and other conventional weapons. A holistic approach and response would not only need a whole of government response, bringing in other governmental ministries and departments, that's humanitarian, health, social services, water, etc., but also a whole of society approach, which brings to this meeting the idea of transitional justice tools to address the question of disarmament and arms control. Communities that are most affected by conflict should engage in mechanisms that allow them to engage in truth-seeking dialogues within the communities aimed at addressing some of the root causes of conflict. For example, the farmer-herder conflicts on the scarce resources available to these communities. We also know from our engagement with communities that there are other drivers that push and pull members of communities to engage in conflicts. An aspect that we often do not discuss is in such fora is, for example, the mental health and psychosocial support and aspects that are necessary within the rehabilitation and reintegration discussions. And we had a little bit of the discussion this morning around the importance of trauma and addressing trauma. And in the context of youth that was described this morning, but also just as a whole, we are a traumatized people as a whole. And if we do not handle that aspect of the mental health and psychosocial support, unfortunately, we'll have a recurrence of conflict, and this conflict is what is pushing the proliferation of small arms and light weapons. But I must admit, and in conclusion, that some more work needs to be done to show the connections of how these different fields really need to complement each other. So how do transitional justice tools help in addressing disarmament and arms control? And with that, I thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngari. Do we have Maxwell on the line? Hey, Matthias.
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Wonderful.
Matthias, can we have you, please?
Yes, thanks a lot. And thanks a lot for having me in this important meeting. Yeah, my name is Matthias Steimerbach. I'm the project manager of the Aqua Tea project. Some of the speakers already have made reference to this project. Maybe before I really start, I give you a little bit of an input what actually Aqua Tea is for those who do not know us. The organized crime West African Response to Trafficking project, or in brief Aqua Tea, is an ECOWAS project that is implemented in a consortium with 7 partners, and it's jointly funded by the European Union and by the German Federal Foreign Office, with the objective to strengthen structures and capacities on national and regional level to more effectively combat transnational organized crime, and thereby contribute to strengthening the regional efforts to prevent and manage conflicts and security threats in the region. My picture seems to be frozen, so I'm not sure whether you can still hear me. Can you hear me? Yeah, so those online...
We can hear you online. Yes, we can hear you online. So
those online can hear me, but I'm not sure whether the event room can still hear me. Maybe those in the event room have been kicked out.
I'm checking with the event room. They should be back in a second.
Wonderful. Here they are again, so I can see at least the picture. So I think I may continue. So I just briefly introducing Aqua Tea and its objective to strengthen structures and capacities on national, regional level to more effectively combat transnational organized crime. In this regard, the project is working on improving the knowledge base on transnational organized crime and foster evidence-led decision and policy making on national, regional level. Facilitates efforts towards the domestication of international treaties and agreements on TOC, as well as the harmonization of legal instruments in the ECOWAS region, and enhancing investigative and judicial capacities
as well as foster coordination and cooperation across the region. So I still cannot see the event room. So are they kicked out again?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. Hello?
Oh, yes, fantastic, fantastic.
Yes.
So I'm a bit confused because I couldn't see the room anymore. So sorry for not continuing. So in particular, as I said, apart from that, the project has a specific focus on arms and ammunition trafficking due to their important role in organized crime and conflict dynamics. So actually, illicit arms and ammunition link conflict to crime and crime to conflict. Illicit arms can enable, fuel, prolong, and even protract armed conflict, while at the same time, trafficking of illicit arms can become a significant source of revenue, enable criminal pursuits, for instance, kidnapping, extortion, but also poaching, and protect other forms of illicit trafficking, particularly of drugs and humans. And the GI tox study, for instance, has shown which correlates arms trafficking with other criminal markets. So therefore, for us as a project, it's only natural and essential to also work in the field of small arms control and to reduce the circulation, the illicit transfer, and the availability of small arms and light weapons in the ECOWAS region. So some of the speakers already have referred to that, so I do not want to repeat things too much, but I think there are three key sources of illicit weapons, particularly in the ECOWAS region. One is weapons from conflict-affected settings, so like battlefield captures or stockpile looting after state collapse, which we have seen in Libya. Legacy weapons and arms recycled from prior conflicts, which circulate within the communities, but also, and oftenly linked to that, craft arms production, which is a growing issue, and some of the previous speakers have referred to that already. And last but not least, very important, the insufficient secured national stockpiles and the diversion of arms into illicit market by corrupt government officials. So now I'm intending to come a little bit to what, from our point of view, needs to be done. And this is also a bit mixed with lessons learned, because we have a kind of a circular approach, as the lessons we are getting from our implementation, we directly feed into our work again. And for instance, just in the next weeks, we will have a lessons learned workshop of the project with all our national small arms commission partners to actually learn from the implementation and feed it back into the implementation of the project. So what is needed and what is actually awkward to doing? So first of all, I think, and this has been said multiple times also by the previous speakers, it is essential to improve national and regional small arms control regimes through the coherent domestication. And I'm also referring here to Mr. Grigsby, who have spoken a bit to that, to the coherent domestication, as well as the operationalization of international agreements, such as the UN Programme of Action, the Arms Trade Treaty, the UNTAC Firearms Protocol, and of course, the ECOWAS Small Arms Convention. In particular, it is, from our point of view, important to build and strengthen capacities of national instruments of small arms control, which are, from our point of view, first and foremost, the national small arms commissions, through strengthening their mandates and capacities to improve oversight, accountability, and management of arms and ammunition throughout their life cycle. Mr. Coulibaly already referred to the WAM assessments, which are building the basis for that, but also marking and registration also of civilian-held weapons are relevant, stockpiling, transfers, record keeping, and systematic arms tracing, also cross-border, is essential. And I think particularly this tracing dimension is currently quite underdeveloped still in the ECOWAS region. And from our point of view, a specific focus needs to be put on that. And Then something that has been referred to already by previous speakers is not to think in silos, not to think law enforcement and small arms control in different silos. It is important to build law enforcement and judicial capacities to make use of the full potential of criminal justice response to combat arms and ammunition trafficking and closely link law enforcement to small arms control. And last but not least, and Alan Gary already referred to that, for instance, but I think also Mr. Grigsby, is to increase sensitization of the population, and particularly of the youth, regarding the risks of small arms proliferation and armed violence in order to build resilience. So I think we already doing quite a lot of that, but we of course have to improve, particularly in establishing also for a future project a even more coherent approach where we actually tackle these different dimensions in a more coherent, even more coherent manner. With our partners, UNDP and the Mines Advisory Group, I see Nicole Tagabo and Frederick Ampia, for instance, in the room. We are predominantly and jointly working on small arms control activities, but I would also like to mention UNODC, the Institute for Security Studies, and GITOC, who are working with us and who are also covering relevant dimension related to small arms control. So what are we actually doing? We support ECOWAS and its member states in the operationalization of the ECOWAS Small Arms Convention and the ATT, for instance, through the establishment of through support to the establishment of a model law in ECOWAS model framework to streamline the national implementation of both the ECOWAS Convention and the ATT on the level of the member states. We have been working with the ECOWAS Commission on the review and validation of regional SOPs on tracing and seized weapons, by which we are contributing to Article 19 of the ECOWAS Convention, and which we intend to, on the national level, to pilot in the framework of the project in the future. Furthermore, we are also working on the development of a regional guide for civilian possession and licensing of arms, by which we are contributing to Article 14, which is ongoing, or the production and transfer of craft arms weapons, by which we are contributing to Article 7 and 8 of the convention. Furthermore, also very important, I think, on the regional level, and I think this is a constant learning process, and therefore it's so important. We are facilitating regional coordination of NATCOMs through support to the annual NATCOM coordination meetings and regional NATCOM meetings prior to the biennial meetings of states on the implementation of the UN program of action, which we have done in the framework of the BMS 7 and the BMS 8. And we are also, this is also an ongoing process, and that links actually the trafficking, the organized crime dimension to small arms, is that we support ECOWAS in developing an ECOWAS supplementary act and a regional action plan against transnational organized crime, which is in line with the stipulations of the UNTOC, and which will also reflect the requirements of law enforcement response to arms trafficking. Maybe a bit also what we are doing on the national level, because this is equally important, of course. The regional level is providing important framework conditions, but the hands-on work on the national level is essential. We are strengthening the capacities of the NATCOMs, particularly supporting the NATCOMs organizational capacities in relation to their administrative, to their financial and technical capacities. We are supporting the increase of their outreach to remote and border areas, which will help them to reinforce collaboration between NATCOM security agencies and communities in the border areas, and strengthen cross-border cooperation, which is, I think, a very essential element to also have this kind of cross-border cooperation on the ground. And provide or support the NatComs in terms of advocacy into the national security architecture of the countries, because, and that's what Mr. Brixby referred to, it is very important that also from the ECOWAS level and from the outside, support is provided on putting these issues higher on the agenda. Then a very important field, and it has been referred a lot to this, is physical security and stockpile management for security sector agencies. So particularly our partner MAC has conducted joint assessments of armories and has provided equipment and accessories as a result of these assessments, for instance, containerized armories. Furthermore, we are providing advisory to more effectively manage these arms and stockpiles. The project is conducting trainings to security forces on PSSM, including arms marking and arms and ammunition destruction. For instance, by the end of the first quarter in 2023, we expect to have destroyed more than 137 tons of at-risk ammunition, which could actually got lost otherwise, and therefore it's important to get such ammunition out of the system. And something that will play a very important role in the future, as I already said, is the arms tracing, which we are intending to pilot, and also support to collecting data on trends of small arms and light weapons and data on arms violence incidences in some member states, for instance, Mali and Burkina Faso, which is done by our partner UNDP. Then very important, already referred to this, is the building of capacity for law enforcement agencies specialized on conducting investigations into TOC structures, with a particular focus also on the dimension of small arms trafficking, sensitization activities to the population, and last but not least, and this is also something that UNDP is doing in the framework of the project, voluntary arms collection in exchange for community support activities, particularly in remote border areas. So I think with what we are doing, we are already providing a quite comprehensive support package. However, as I said, the more important thing is that we more streamline also support in a way that we do not think too much in silos anymore, but we link particularly the law enforcement agents, the law enforcement agency and investigation to the small arms control dimension. So this is one of the key takeaways from me, and I'm of course happy for any questions. Thanks a lot for your attention.
I think we can do ourselves a favor by giving ourselves a few more claps. Thank you very much. We've had a very exciting session this afternoon. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time, so I'll just allow 3 interventions from the floor. If you have any immediate reactions that you want to make to the brilliant presentations that we have. I can see a hand to my right, to my left. Armstrong.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. J. I want to once more thank all the presenters for the very brilliant interventions. I've personally learned so much from the dynamics on small arms and light weapons. Mine is a question to Mr. Coulibaly from UNIDIR on this presentation. I wanted to know, you do very interesting research and assessments in member states, and you said not only small arms and light weapons, but conventional arms. And my question is, how do you validate this research and assessments? Because sometimes this information, like you mentioned, are sensitive. I said this because of experience we have the Regional Security Division, where we deal with law enforcement agents and other security services. We, on quarterly basis, receive crime statistics from member states on various aspects of criminality. In the past, when we seek to get some of these reports, they send it to us, and we present it at maybe the forum of the chiefs of police in the region. And what we were getting was a refusal, or I say denial of the figures that are coming out. And they're asking, you know, where did you get these figures from? It's not from us. Meanwhile, this was coming from the member states. So what we now started doing after that experience was to ensure that as they send it, they endorse the reports. They sign the reports with names on it and the agencies. So now when we put out our slide and say, Sierra Leone, this is what you have on small arms and light weapons trafficking, or this is what you have on drugs, as they are denying it, we have our letters by the side there. And that reduced it because everybody was saying, no, this is not from us. So I want to know, what measures do you people put in place to ensure that your research, your assessment is validated by these countries? Thank you, sir.
Oh, let's have you then, Beatrice. Oh, I have, okay. Yes, Beatrice, please. Please introduce yourself.
Also, good afternoon to you all. My name is Beatrice Baden. I'm from Ghana. My background is in gender, peace, and security. So my question, I think, goes first of all to Maxwell, but then any of the other panel members can also take it. You mentioned the enforcement in terms of institutional capacities. And that for me is one of the key issues that we are facing, not just in ECOWAS. Okay, I can speak for ECOWAS. A bit of work I've done with the Ghana Small Arms Commission also indicates that when it comes to institutional capacities, we have a challenge there. But then looking at women, inclusion of women in these processes has been one of the main challenges. From your perspective, how can we influence that, or how can you improve on that? Secondly, you also mentioned youth inclusion. Now, a little bit of information I've come across recently has to do with, in my work that I'm doing in peace implementation, has to do with youth tokenization when it comes to arms control. Our leaders most often do not really include our young people in the actual implementation processes, but then just tend to tokenize our young people. And that for them has been the main challenge in my dealings with these young people. So how can we avoid that? Looking at the fact that our leaders most often don't really think about, I'm using think in quote, don't really think about arms management because their priority is on their term of office that they spend. So they just come in and then they just sign the arms treaties and all that just as a blueprint, but then on the ground, implementation-wise and inclusion of young people, it becomes a challenge.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate again all panelists for more information. Dr. Sani, I think that ECOWAS must be congratulated for all the action taken to control weapons. It's one of sub-regional organizations that has made a lot of progress. I travel again, and I think that I don't want to say you are the best, but I think that you are the lead. You have the lead. So I encourage you to continue, but especially in the implementation monitoring mechanism. Sunny, as you know, sometimes focal points need support in terms of lobbying. And sometimes it's just information that does not to reach politicians to allow them to decide. For example, at the legislative level, if we don't have a text, politicians cannot decide. But who should prepare this text? I think that it is the focal point, so National Commission. But if you don't support them to prepare, it is not possible to politicians to decide. And all of West African countries, I think that the problem is this. They don't have a, they don't have a draft, no drafting test. No drafting test. So you have to support all of National Commission to draft, to beginning to draft the test and help them by lobbying to the process, And second, for WAM, as my friend talked about, it is very important because baseline assessment is really a law state to define specific actions in terms of physical security, site, security, management tools, database, and so on. For example, in Cote d'Ivoire and some all over countries, after the baseline assessment, many actions, several actions were developed with the support of partners. And Cote d'Ivoire today has a progress for security, stockpile management, and physical security. And I would like also to congratulate UNIDIR for the update approach. I think that it is a good monitoring process because there will be a good opportunity to appreciate the progress, correct and redefine another actions. So it is a monitoring mechanism, a good monitoring mechanism. So this action should be encouraged. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Wilfred Samuel Taylor. I'm the program officer of the Sierra Leone National Commission on Small Arms. I want to join my colleagues to thank the panelists for the brilliant presentations. I want to throw my support to what my learned colleague, the chairman of the Liberian Arms Commission, regarding the challenges that we are facing with our legal frameworks. Of course, our national law, the Sierra Leone the Arms and Ammunition Act of Sierra Leone stipulates that nobody should manufacture arms without a license. And of course, we derive that from the ECOWAS Convention on Small Arms and Light Weapons. But we are having a challenge. It's like a conflict of interest between the Commission and the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Whereas we claim that we are the sole institution, that should control or that should issue licenses to local gun manufacturers. The Ministry of Local Government is saying that they also have the right to some extent. Well, under the guise of business licenses, as far as they are concerned, the act of manufacturing local guns is business. you know. So there are times when the police officers, you know, let me say they intercept somebody who is a local gun manufacturer and they ask him for a license. That person will produce a license from the Ministry of Local Government. And they will say they have the right to do that because as far as they are concerned, that is business. But for us, as long as it is something that has to do with arms, it is only the commission, you know, that should give license to somebody to do that. You know, so we have that legal challenge. It's like a conflict of interest. Like when I said earlier on, it's like a conflict of interest. We are saying it is our own right. You know, it is our own authority. We have the authority to do that. But Minister of Local Government, they also are saying that they have the right to do that because as far as they are concerned, it is business. You know, but we are working on that since our bill is with the Law Officer Department. It will soon be sent to the Government Printing Department, you know, to have it printed and submitted to Parliament for enactment. So we are working on that with them to ensure that at least let them put, if it is a phrase in their own law that with the exception, you know, of anything that has to do with arms, then they can go ahead and pass their law, you know, to ensure that they continue to, as far as they are concerned, they are making business, they are getting revenue, you know, from issuing licenses to people who are manufacturing guns. So that is just what I wanted to say.
So all too soon, we've come to the end. I'm sorry, I've seen a few more hands, but unfortunately our time is spent. And so I would give 3 minutes to each panelist to respond to the interventions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure to make responses or to take responses from the questions directed at ECOWAS. I think what one question given, it wasn't actually a question, but a commendation to the work, the excellent work that ECOWAS is doing. So I'm happy. I thought this would be said when my bosses were to be here, but all the same, it will be translated and submitted to them. Having said this, I think Mr. Anzen has brought in a very important dimension in terms of high level, the need for us to engage with our member states at the very highest level so that it challenges that the national commissions are facing, you know, we'll be able to see them resolved. There are actually some of them facing serious financial challenges. Some of them are not having the right capacity in terms of accessing state armories. You know, I can say it's only Cote d'Ivoire and maybe Sierra Leone and Liberia that have the National Commission chair can say, we are going to inspect the armies of the Nigerian army or the Liberian army, and to do it. The Nigerian center cannot do it, for instance, the general is there. The other national commissions are also having constraints in terms of having, you know, the appropriate oversight responsibilities in terms of also accessing armories, not for the armed forces alone, but also other services, you know. So, but importantly is what he said, the need for effective monitoring, so that at regional level, if our principals are going on specific missions, that will be able to trigger, you know, some of the actions. But conveniently, technically, the Small Arms Division has already instituted, you know, a convenient framework for engagements with the parliamentarians. We have a regular, you know, outreach activities with the parliament so that we can engage them to enable them, you know, get them conscientized on the need for legal reviews, on the need for, you know, availing the national commissions with the resources that they require, even if the executives are not providing them with such resources. Yeah, Sierra Leone made the comments, and the comments are germane. This is an internal processes. I know it's only in Sierra Leone that the government has has given the National Commission the responsibility of issuing licensing to civilians who are to possess, who are interested in possessing arms, including local manufacturers. So those of them that are in the vocation of crab production, they will have to seek authorization, and the National Commission gives out. So if there are conflicts, I think it's administrative and it can be internally resolved. I only want to crave the indulgence of my other panelists, if we can agree for them to take 30 seconds only, because with the next session, the panelists for the next sessions are all online, and honestly, we're already 30 minutes late. We need to have them. So I will use the discretion given to me by the moderator to start from my right to the left. 30 seconds, please.
Sure. Very quick. I'll be very. Is it you? Okay, sure, Mr. Koulibaly.
You have finished now. We can take 30 seconds. You have done 10 minutes. No, I mean you can hear me? Okay, I'm strong. I will be quick. I mean, the validation of research report is a key, especially sensitive one. I will not take straight to the validation process itself without telling you that there is a principle in terms of our research, is the ownership principle. I do remember that when we were discussing ownership, we can see that is important. So the first thing is to give the ownership to the member states. We never come to a country if there is no request from the member states. And the member state will send a request direct to UNIDIR or UNDP or ECOWAS, but there is a written request. That's first thing. This is very important. The second thing, that we put together a team of global and regional experts with knowledge on international norm and standard, law, treaties like ATT, ECOWAS Convention, but also a train on the one methodology baseline assessment, because as I said, there is a tool. For you to be an expert, to assess a country, you need to be trained on that. You need to know how to do it. So in country, we have two sets of assessment. It's a consultative process. One is within the framework of the government. So we have like 1 or 2 days under the presidency or of the government, so the decision maker, and then we go through a national presentation by the National Army, police. In Francophone country, you have gendarmerie or custom, whatever. So this is the national presentation is proposed by the government itself. If they want the intelligence service to do, they will do, but it will include a set of direction that we share with them before coming. So they will talk about how weapons are managed, how they are transferred, how they are imported, etc. So it's a national presentation, okay? Based on that, we then do a technical session where we look at the 10 pillars that I just mentioned based on the norms. So there is a roadmap at the end, and the roadmap is validated in a plenary. So we validate it with the army, intelligence, everybody, we validate. After the validation, the roadmap is officially handed over to the government before even leaving the country, because often we met the Minister of Defense, Minister of Security, Intelligence Service. We have a bilateral meeting with them. And at the end, we do the report. The report is not shared with anyone. It's shared only with the country. And the NATCOM will have like 15 days or 1 month to review the report. If they want to remove sensitive information, they can still remove. And it's sent back to us, and then we can popularize. That's it.
Thank you. So I will just take a minute. First, youth and women inclusion. I stand to be corrected, but the law creating the Arms Commission in Liberia makes it mandatory that of the 3 appointed commissioners, at least 1 person should be a male or female. So we have currently the outgoing vice chair was female, The president wanted to appoint a male. He could not appoint a male because there's a legal barrier. He has to find a female because we have 2 male currently at the commission. So that's one of the positive ways to insist that certain decisions should be taken. In terms of youth and women from a CSO standpoint, we do not see the commission as an institution that should always be looking out for every small project and to play the role of CSO. The role of CSO is very unique in the work we do. Under the new law, we have a trust fund. That trust fund is going to be supported by the government, and we are going to ask partners to put money in that fund, but it's not going to be spent by the commission. CSO will do submission. Once we certify that you have the business community, the government, the CSO, those who will be selected, will be providing support to the counties. 2 key points we realized that those importing firearms through our ports, there was no obligation on flights. So any airline could bring 50, 60 firearms, will only punish the people who are bringing it. In the new law, we made it mandatory that if you bring firearm in the country as a vessel, we're all making sure the person bringing the firearm has a lesson. We'll fund that vessel. So it's a progressive thinking we've introduced in our new law. And that is something I'm discussing now with the Aviation Authority. I'm doing it between now and December. By next year, some of the flights coming to Liberia, where people bringing firearm, will hold the people, but then the vessels, some of them will be grounded. In terms of the one about unauthorized person, part of the amendment to our penal law, this is something we are looking at. Because in Liberia, Ministry of Internal Affairs, the EPS, the police, they used to give lesson before. Now in the new law, we say only the commission, but some of these people still want to give lesson. So in the penal law, we are making unauthorized issuance of lesson a felonious crime, 2nd-degree felony. So once we send that to the police and send it to everybody, nobody won't give lesson where they are not authorized to do that. I want to thank you.
So very quickly from me, I was hoping Dr. Sani would have been here, but Dr. Hoba is here. Earlier, Dr. Sani was saying he hopes his bosses were here to hear the congratulations that were being thrown from the floor about how ECOWAS is really advanced compared to the other regions in trying to address more arms control. And this is really the case. I mean, having worked in other regions as well, I must say that this region is miles ahead of the other regions, and congratulations needs to be given where it is due. So congratulations to the Commission and to member states and you who are around the room who are doing this good work. But let me also just perhaps put an exhortation to ECOWAS Commission as well as UNIDIR. Earlier in the morning, Fred spoke about we sort of seem to be speaking to each other, and we perhaps need to enlarge the circle and have more voices coming into these sorts of discussions. And I think that there's an opportunity for a second regional seminar to really expand the space, expand the tent. And it speaks to a little bit to the question that Beatrice had on women and youth inclusion. But I must also add other sectors and other areas that are implicated as well. When the gentleman from Sierra Leone was talking about the challenge of a whole of government to, and in a whole of society response as well, which other actors do we need to bring on the table so that we can have meaningful change on addressing these issues of disarmament and arms control? So my exhortation is let's enlarge the conversation, the spaces to be a bit more inclusive of others who are impacted in this fight. Thank you.
Do we have Matthias still on the line?
Yes, I'm still there.
Yes,
So
sorry.
I would like to adhere a bit to what Dr. Sani has asked us for to look at a little bit at the time, particularly with regard to the following session. So I also would like to reiterate what Alan just said. So we have a very active and very fruitful collaboration with the ECOWAS Commission and the ECOWAS member states. And I think only only in the short period that Aqua-T has been supporting the ECOWAS Commission and the NATCOMs, I think quite a lot has been achieved, and I think quite a lot of important processes are underway. For the future, I think particularly looking at the nexus of transnational organized crime and small arms control, I think it's very important to also broaden the discussion a little bit in how this can be better linked, not only on the regional level, but also on the national level. And in this regard, of course, it is very important, particularly on the national level, to support the national small arms commissions in strengthening their mandate and advocate on the political level in this regard, so they are actually able to fulfill their mandate and are able to closely collaborate and actually coordinate the work in this regard, also including law enforcement agency. So I would like to leave it with that from my side. I would like to thank you for your time, and thanks a lot.
Okay. Well, thank you all too soon. My time has come to an end. You would all agree that it was a very exciting debate. We could actually continue. Unfortunately, we are working within a time limited. And I would like to thank you very much for your cooperation.
I know. Given the time, I propose we go straight to the online session, which will be led by my colleague, James Revel. We only have a few speakers. So given the time, we propose that we'll move straight ahead, and we'll then aim to finish around 4:30. So apologies, it'll be slightly delayed compared with what we had in the agenda. But James, I'll pass over to you for the final session of today. Thank you all for your patience and energy. I'm sure there's some coffee or a biscuit outside that'll help. Over to you, James.
Thank you very much, Paul, and good afternoon and welcome to this space security session of the ECOWAS UNIDIR Regional Seminar on Disarmament. My name is James Revel. I'm head of the Space Security and WMD programs at UNIDIR, and I'm delighted to be able to moderate this online panel, albeit virtually. In order for the discussion to move forward today, we are joined by two excellent speakers who will be able to touch upon space security issues from quite different, yet I hope complementary and important perspectives. We had a plan in the original agenda which would begin with some opening comments from myself before turning to Sarah and then Dr. Alail, but we have overrun considerably, so I suggest we change the order of speakers in order to be able to accommodate Dr. Alail. And if I may, I'd like to suggest we go straight to you, Abimbola. To provide a little bit of context, Dr. Abimbola Alail is the Managing Director and Chief Operating Officer of the Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited. And please, Abimbola, the floor is yours, and thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much, James, and good afternoon, participants. And yes, we wish we had started this session earlier, but very interesting discussions all through the day. Can you hear me, please? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Okay, so yeah, space security, it's not like all the other issues that has been discussed about earlier on about the small arm proliferation, and some disarmament and all that. We're talking of outer space. And well, when we talk of space security, we're talking of, you know, an environment where you have, you know, risk-free access to outer space and the ability to actually freely exploit outer space for various purposes. Space, as we know it, where you launch satellites, satellite for communication, satellite for Earth observation, I mean, for, you know, various diverse of things, navigation, monitoring of resources from space, weather satellites. And because these days we have access, you know, to space, because it's becoming cheaper, advancements in space, miniaturization of technologies, that's nanotechnology, has made access to space, very, very much more accessible than before. When we talk of the weaponization of space, we can't really say that space has been weaponized. However, we can say space has been militarized, because since the advent of launch of satellites since the 60s, where communication satellite monitor other countries, where you have Russia and the USA, monitoring each other, it's become like a sort of subtle, some kind of warfare from space. And that's the advent for cyber, all the space war movies, cyber war and all that. We have all the cyber war right now because you can't have a space war without, it occurs in cyberspace. It's not what we see. Cyber is this physical environment that you have to, where that is the place where you control, your satellites, and you need to actually know how to actually provide more or less guidance to it. So there are different, we have, for space security, we only have, I've listened to other people talking of regulations and all that. But for us, I would say in space, we only have two major laws, which are actually very outdated regulations guiding space security, which is the Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, which is more or less, which talks more or less of non-weaponization of space. And we also have the Liability Convention of 1972, Articles 2 and 3, which talked of states parties to this liability, states parties to these conventions being liable to pay for any compensation of damage. In case your spacecraft, it's my spacecraft, that's countries, then you need to pay for it. And of course, the Article 3 also mentioned, other than space, if your space object comes into again the re-entry into the space into the Earth and damages my object, you will be liable. So between space and of course ground. But I want to tell you that UNIDIR has a very good opportunity now to actually correct all these outdated laws that have been guiding space activities, because space itself, it's a very, very risky arena. And with what is going on right now in the world, where you have, everybody knows the Ukraine war, the Russia war, and the tension between China, USA, North Korea, most of the wars are going to actually, be controlled from outer space. And that is why I'm sure UNIDIR is talking about space security right now, because it goes beyond just the space, jamming of all these, jamming of space objects and all that, because there will be resulting effects on human activities. That's where I'm going to talk about. But before then, because the issue of conflict in space is very, very what am I going to say? It's very, even though it is critical, but it's also very professional, highly technical. So I would be advising in my conclusion, I'm going to be calling on UNIDIR to invite the United Nations Security Council, the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, and every stakeholders, the operators of satellites, the users, to come for and bring them together the way you've been bringing that, the way you've coordinated ECOWAS and different regions in all this arms control. UNIDIR needs to actually take, because we've been dragging this, our Office of Outer Space Affairs has been dragging on, reassessing all these outdated regulations. But I think it is high time that UNIDIR takes control or helps us to actually go ahead and do this, because the next slide talks of the risk of uncoordinated activities in space. Like I said, other than damaging our space objects and all that, we have, because we have different kinds of satellite now, sizes. Low Earth orbit is almost, filled with space debris now, because you have several satellites, you have different operators launching. Our plans to launch hundreds of satellites to actually provide services. And when you have that, you have situation where you have close approaches, and that could impact on the revenue of operations of those satellite operators. And remember that they also employ human beings. You have listened to some of the presenters earlier in the day when they talk about the fact that poverty, it's one of the major causes of this arms proliferation, especially in West Africa. And you don't want people who are already fully engaged now to also now lose, their resources, their means of livelihood, because if you have loss of revenue, of course, it's also going to result in, manpower. You're going to reduce manpower in order for you to sustain your operations. Then, of course, impacts on telecommunications sector. If those objects approach each other and there's jamming, if there's no uncoordinated space activities. So beyond making laws, UNIDIR must also think of actually having, making sure that space traffic management is one of the regulations you think about. So you also have, high-risk activities which will result in loss of space assets. Those are all, economic impacts, and of course, impact on data gathering. UNIDIR, many organizations work on, facts and figures, and how do you gather data? Satellites are very major, infrastructure that contributes to data gathering. And of course, if there's any loss of those assets, even weather, forecasting weather is going to maybe catastrophic. Many of the things that is being diverted right now, the climate warning, climate change, all those data were gotten from satellite. So you don't want to lose any infrastructure that's going to help us in data gathering. So because of time, quickly, I would just say in conclusion, like I mentioned earlier in my opening, talks, we generally have most of the rules governing the space industry activities. I said that just focus on the policy direction. And I can tell you, many countries, the major actors who put down all these regulations and laws, that's the US, Russia, and Europe, UK, they do not follow. They are not even parties to the Moon Treaties, which actually, it's one of the things that is more likely to be like weaponization or militarization of space. They are not party to the Moon Treaty of 1968. So we have major issues going, to deal with. And UNIDIR, like I called on you earlier, you need to, bring together United Nations Security Council, United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, all stakeholders to work on new rules, regulations, technical and legal standards governing all the high-risk activities in space, and especially militarization or weaponization, because we are moving towards that because of technology, because now you have anti-satellite missiles destroying one satellite or the other, and you do not know, you can't foresee, you can't forecast how the country that is being affected will react. USA will not take kindly to China destroying its satellites with the anti-missile technology. US will retaliate, and that is why you talk of, space war starting, and we don't want all those things to go on. So, of course, maybe space object traffic management should also be considered as a necessity, because those are the issues that we have right now surrounding space activities. And for us not to make sure that UNIDIR does not have the matter, another issue of controlling weaponization of space, I think this is the right time to actually start, going in that direction, calling us stakeholders and actors to start debating new rules and regulations for space, for the peaceful use of space. Thank you. Over to you, James.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alev, for providing a really useful overview of space security issues and its militarization, to use your term. And I think I take your point on new rules and regulations. I think it's really important and sets us up nicely for the next two sessions. I also, just on a tiny personal note, as head of the WMD and Space Security Program, I personally quite like the idea of UNIDIR taking control of space security. I think sadly there's probably about 200 plus states, as well as my wife, who would object to that really quite significantly. What we can try and do, though, is facilitate and bring people together, and that's something that we've been working on for a number of years now, and perhaps something Sarah may touch upon subsequently. I should have mentioned earlier, for the format for this session is going to be a moderator conversation. So we'll have another presentation from Sarah, and using my role as chair, I'd like to provide a little bit of context as well, echoing some of the points which were raised in the first presentation. So what I will do, I will open the floor, and I'll try and, once I've had the two presentations, I'll open the floor to questions, and we'll try to finish at 4:30, which I know is a little bit late, but it's the time that's been suggested to me, and try and make efficient use of the Q&A time as well. But I do, before offering the floor to Sarah, I want to pick up on a couple of points that were raised. And firstly, I think it's important to stress the importance of space. It's become essential for humankind. Space technology enables critical infrastructure and services for billions of people on Earth. And we see the space economy is continuing to grow, but space is also addressing a number of the mega challenges that we face on Earth, including trying to address some of the Sustainable Development Goals. So to provide some examples, space-related technology can help address issues related to poverty, for example, through the forecasting of natural disasters or better coordination of aid provision. It can help address food insecurity through optimizing crop productivity. It can help with things like monitoring the quality of water. So all of these really important functions, and we become increasingly dependent upon space assets in order to be able to achieve these. And I think as space progresses, this will become more and more important. Second, as Mbola pointed out, we're starting to see growing threats to space systems. The concept of space weapons is somewhat difficult to define at the moment. But what is fairly clear is that we're talking about a spectrum of possible space or ground-based technologies that could be used to cause harm to space assets. This includes assets in space, but it's also potentially a risk to the ground segment as well. So those bases and facilities which are needed to be able to operate space objects and deliver services to users. And then, of course, there's the data that flows between those ground-based sources and the assets in space. And we have a range of possible counter space technologies that are being looked at. Most obvious is perhaps those kinetic technologies, things that go bang and blow stuff up and can be used to strike a space system component. This sort of thing can be done direct through direct ascent kinetic ASATs, but it can also be done from anti-satellite technologies in orbit, which can be fired from one satellite to another, and can often have significant and irreversible effects on the target. But not all weapons are necessarily going to be kinetic. I think, as Dr. Aleo pointed out, there are other ways this could be done. I think you place the emphasis on cyber, tools that can target data, or they can target the systems that transmit and control the flow of data. And there's also tools like lasers, which could be used to blind, dazzle, or indeed frazzle space systems, and electromagnetic pulses, which could be used to cripple electronic circuits or processors in a satellite. So we have this broad range of space capabilities, and interest in these in major powers at least appears to be growing. This doesn't even get into the risk of natural or indeed accidental harms that could be caused in space through, for example, the debris, which was discussed as well. My third point here is that safe, secure, and sustainable use of space is not necessarily going to get easier. Arguably, the current situation looks as though it's going to get more complex as technology becomes more powerful and diffuses to ever more actors, including a growing number of private sector actors who already control some 80% of space assets. And these trends are taking place at a point where we see geostrategic tensions at an all-time high. And a situation in which there is a growing risk of misunderstanding in space, with the potential to escalate conflict on Earth as well. That's really one of the reasons why we need better systems to govern outer space. It's why we need private sector actors and bringing all these people together, as was suggested before, to try and develop a more relevant, up-to-date and functioning approach to be able to ensure the safe, secure and sustainable use of space. And to unpack some of the current discussions on this topic, I'd now like to hand the floor over to my colleague, Ms. Sarah Erickson, who is a graduate professional here at UNIDIR's Space Security Programme. Please, Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jimmy, for the introduction, and to ECOWAS for having me take part in this important event. To you all here for participation and attention. I also want to thank Dr. Alale for your remarks and for setting up very much the need that we have to update and to make progress when it comes to current outer space governance. As you have mentioned, we have the Outer Space Treaty, which provides a framework, but unfortunately it's not enough. There are other historical approaches to, political approaches to solving issues of space security, going back to the concept of PEROS, or preventing an arms race in outer space, which has remained an agenda item in the Conference of Disarmament since 1981, and other initiatives introduced by Russia and China, the Draft Treaty on Prevention of Placement of Weapons in Outer Space and of the Threat or Use of Force against Outer Space Objects. But unfortunately, what I want to highlight is that there has been political stagnation on these initiatives for decades, and all the while, emerging technologies and weapons capabilities applicable to outer space just keep advancing. And so what I really want to spend some more time on is the current processes that are taking place to try and resolve these issues. So we see governance attempts outside of the UN taking place, like the unilateral political commitment not to conduct destructive direct ASAT tests that's currently pledged by 9 countries. We have seen past initiatives led by EU, like the International Code of Conduct on space activities, but there's also important industry initiatives like the Space Safety Coalition and the Consortium for Execution of Rendezvous and Servicing Operations. But the most prominent process that is happening right now in the UN is the open-ended working group on reducing space threats through norms, rules, and principles of responsible behaviors. This was introduced by the United Kingdom in a resolution last year, 2021. And this group has a 2-year mandate consisting of 4 sessions. And what makes this process unique from others is the open-ended nature of the group. So it brings together all perspectives and conceives them as building blocks for one unified structure. So what I would like to say is the first summary of just a quick summary of the first session that took place in May of this year. The mandate of this session was to take stock of the existing international legal and other normative frameworks. So there was support from states on the reaffirmation of the applicability of international law to outer space. Interestingly, there was also comparisons of adjacent domains of air and maritime law to see what could be transposed to outer space or applicable to outer space. So for a concrete example here, states discussed how maybe the Code of Unplanned Encounters at Sea, or CUES, could influence issues of close proximity maneuvers and rendezvous encounters. States also discussed Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty, where it lays out right to consultation, and it talks about the principle of due regard. And a substantive discussion really expanded on what this process would look like. There were questions as to what would consultations look like in practice, when and how it could be evoked. And through this debate, there was a gray zone of activities which was revealed, where states were asking what even is the threshold of harmful interference. And this sparked further definitional issues, such as then what is harmful interference in outer space and how can we come together to define this? But besides just definitional issues, there were also linguistic challenges that were revealed specifically by those states who pointed out that the conversation of space security is more conducive to the English language, showcasing there are nuanced concepts such as space safety and space security, which are 2 concepts that are handled by different fora in the UN and in the community at large. But the nuance is not present in all languages. So certain states gave the example of Spanish, where these concepts are both translated as the same. And so this really points to the need to foster more diversity and explore new ways to navigate the conversation of space security in a way that it's considerate to multilingualism. But at the end of this session, there were also considerations for what responsible behavior would mean. So for example, there were some concrete examples of states saying that responsible behaviors, they avoid surprise, they respect security of others, they avoid provocation of tensions, they are predictable, they avoid raising tensions and miscalculations, whereas they said that irresponsible behaviors, they do not meet the above expectations and they create debris, or they require that things be maneuvered to reduce collision in order to interfere with normal operations of space objects. But there were also more theoretical considerations for what responsible behavior means. So some states put forward things like calling for traditional superpower states to commit not to seek hegemony and dominance in outer space, or assure that the security of their own or a small group of countries is secured by undermining the security interests of other countries. And so this was kind of development of that first session. And we recently had the second session of the OEWG in September of this year. And the mandate of this session was to consider current and future threats by states to space systems and actions, activities, and omissions that could be considered irresponsible. So this session was organized according to different threat vectors: Earth to space, risks or threats, space to Earth, space to space, and Earth to Earth. And this methodological approach of threat vectors enabled a constructive and systematic way for states to consider different threats to space systems. One of the main threats that was highlighted by numerous states was the intentional creation of debris through testing of ASAP. However, space threats in the context of the Ukrainian conflict also arose, specifically so that in some states shared the perspective that the use of components of civilian space infrastructure were what they considered quasi-civilian, and that these activities are direct participation in armed conflict, therefore stating their belief that quasi-civilian infrastructure can be a legitimate target for a retaliation strike. But we also saw in the context of the Ukrainian conflict that states brought up the concrete example of the Viasat attack, and saying that the attack on satellite communications was significant, first and foremost, because it affected many civilian users, but other states and peoples were also affected. And the concrete example was shared that there was connectivity to wind turbines in the North Sea that were lost, and that attacks on these satellite systems therefore meant there was an effect on the resilience of a country. So it fed into the larger conversation of threats that include the data link segments of space systems. There was also, I think it's also important to note that many states spoke about not being held hostage by the legally binding and non-legally binding norms debate. And as one state poignantly remarked, if we cannot agree on what is voluntary, we will not be able to agree on what is mandatory, which is an interesting perspective. The idea that a war in space cannot be won and should never be fought was highlighted and repeated. And importantly, some states also highlighted that there is a threat that arises from policy and doctrine, which is also really important to consider in this conversation. One of the fascinating things I found was there was international cooperation between spacefaring and space nascent nations. An example of the working paper between Germany and the Philippines, which brought forward great ideas. And I think that it is that the open-ended nature of this group really is conducive to having more of this international cooperation, which is needed. So just to close up with some expectations. So there are 2 more sessions of this working group. The next that would take place at the end of January of next year is to make recommendations on possible norms, rules, and principles of responsible behaviors relating to threats by states to space systems, and as appropriate, how they contribute to the negotiation of a legally binding instrument. The final session next year in August is to submit a report to the General Assembly at its 78th session. So I think the success of the next session really depends on how states understand norms. The norms are sometimes described as less than law, but it's important to remember that norms are essential to collective governance because, like law, they drive behavior, and norms often inform and reflect how law is interpreted and applied in practice, and they can even help in resolving conflicting legal rules. And it's important to remember that norms eventually they can become binding laws through codification and legal agreements. So we have seen some examples being put forward, as I mentioned, from more concrete to theoretical of what these responsible behaviors could mean. And we will continue to see how the debate expands if we continue to expand on principles like due regard and consultations. It is important to highlight that not one single measure will be able to solve space problems, and that space security is an evolving field. So policymaking will have to constantly work to match new challenges that may arise. And hopefully, as Dr. Lale had said, with UNIDIR's role, we just completed our outer space security conference for 2022. And we're able to bring together a lot of these different stakeholders and perspectives. And we hope that we'll be able to keep expanding in our role as bridge builder between many different important voices to the conversation of space security, not just with flagship events, but also with regional events, more, of the intimate settings where perspectives can really be drawn out and discussed. And so through this, we'll see how things advance, but thank you for your attention. I'm happy to field any questions that may arise.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think some useful insights into the current state of play, if you will, and the work of the OEWG and the role of norms, I think is useful to be aware of. So thank you. I am fully planning on finishing at past, but I did want to offer the floor to any of our participants. If you do wish to take the floor, if you want to let me know, or somebody could communicate that to me from the room. Paul, perhaps you could help. I can't see anything. Sorry, Paul.
I was just going to say, I'll ask in the room, Jamie, if any.
Okay, but perhaps
we can come back to you.
Okay, perhaps in the meantime, may I put a question to you, Dr. Alail? I'd be very interested to know if you think there are particular lessons or insights that states could take from activities of the non-governmental entities and also private sector actors in terms of working to ensure safety and security in space. Is there anything particular thing that states should be aware of from that experience? And perhaps, Sarah, in due course, I'd be interested to know whether you think there are any lessons to be learned from other arms control and disarmament processes that could inform efforts towards space security. Perhaps I could offer you the floor first up in Boulder, if I may, if you want to take that, or please, the floor is yours, madam.
Okay. Lessons learned by state actors. I would say probably what we're doing. Sarah mentioned responsible behavior in space. For me, I would say because everybody is safeguarding its space assets and ground assets, and you don't want issues or problems, you don't want to be liable. So for now, I mean, based on the existing liability, convention regulations. So those are the only things guiding, and those are the only experience that states are, you don't want to be liable, even though we haven't really, in recent times, we've not had countries or companies being held liable, but you don't really want to fall into that because it's a very, very long process. So as per, we're all discussing right now, all operators, we're all discussing responsible use of space, of space, and nobody wants to fall into, into you don't even want things to happen. So everybody's careful, and that's why I'm saying it is the right time for us, for UNIDIR to coordinate, with all the relevant stakeholders for us to discuss this so that we can have a more peaceful and responsible and sustainable use of outer space for the common good of man. So the lessons learned really has been what you don't want to happen. You just safeguarding your resources, because it's very capital intensive to launch space assets. So you're guiding your money, you don't want to lose more money. So that is the only thing, guiding, users of space. So really it's about safeguarding your resources.
Thanks. I think that's a really important point, the issue of liability and those sort of resource issues as well. So thank you for raising that. Sarah, I'll turn to you shortly, but before I do, if I may, I think Ms. Yakuba of the Ghanaian Commission on Small Arms wants to take the floor from the room. Please, Ms. Yakuba, the floor is yours, madam.
Yes, thank you very much. I listened keenly, and a number of questions keep popping up in my head. First and foremost, is the issue of space security inclusive? And what can we do as developing countries to be inclusive, to be counted in the issues of space security? I'm asking these questions because I don't want what is happening to us now in terms of green economy to happen to our great-grandchildren in about 50 years. You know, when they would have to come and address problems that they did not create in the first place. So I think that this discussion is also important because it gives us the opportunity to reflect on what is really happening in outer space, which we all belong to, which is owned by each and every one of us. And so for us in this room and beyond, what can we do to ensure that the, space security becomes a subject of interest in our schools, in our communities, especially among civil society? So they can also start talking about it and interrogating and engaging the very active participants, active developers of, gadgets that are thrown out in outer space, and eventually how does it impact on us in Africa and elsewhere?
Thanks. I think it's a really useful point to raise. I think Sarah mentioned that we're holding regional events. We hope to continue to do this, including through a regional event on the African continent sometime next year. So I think it's a really important point to raise. It's something that we're trying to do more on, but I think it's also an area where further work is needed to make sure that all voices are brought to the table. Just on the awareness raising, the sort of engagement issue, I think space is unique in the sense it has the advantage of being, for want of a more eloquent phrase, really quite a cool topic. It's an area where you can stimulate interest in classrooms, I think. And I think that's perhaps gives scope really for drawing more people into this discussion. But they're just my points of view, and I realise I'm taking the floor from you, Sarah. It should be your turn. So please, there's a question on inclusivity, sort of almost engagement, and then the question on lessons from other arms control arrangements. And then I have another question from the floor, which I'll take. Please, Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just answer first your question quickly on lessons from other arms control and disarmament processes. So recently this year in information and communications technologies sector, there was an OEWG that was concluded and successfully adopted a report. And some of the recommendations from this process, I think, apply to space, such as the recommendation for states on a voluntary basis to survey their national efforts to implement norms, that states should not conduct or knowingly support activity contrary to their obligations under international law that intentionally damages critical infrastructure, and that states should voluntarily engage in transparency measures by sharing relevant information. But I think there are also lessons from the nuclear field when arms control agreements were based on more specific technical parameters, thinking here of the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, which looked at specific short and medium range land-based ballistic missiles. So I think with small technical step-focused agreements, such as the moratorium on direct descent ASATs, these small technical agreements can serve as catalysts to continue advancing the conversation of space security. And in terms of inclusivity, so I think it's important to highlight, yes, that outer space. And generally in the preamble of the Outer Space Treaty, it really puts forward that exploration and use of outer space should be carried on for the benefit of all peoples. And so I think it's something that we continuously need to say that in outer space law, it exists already that space should be used for the benefit of all peoples, and that needs to be reiterated in every single process that is happening at the international level. But in terms of at the more local and regional levels, I think not only is, peer-to-peer advocacy, I don't think can ever be overestimated in order to create more buzz and to create more conversation on the topic. But I do think that research institutes and universities can do more, as well as when we're spreading technology and when we're having sharing agreements and technology agreements with each other, to have some aspect of policy implemented with that, so we can share not just how we're, expanding technology within places, which is extremely important, but also then expanding on understanding how to govern this technology and how to have domestic, and national robust frameworks that can support this, support sustainable use of technology. And it's really then to put the pressure on the larger states, which have, historical larger programs and use in outer space, and then to make sure that they are also sharing that expertise and that policy expertise, and then providing room at the table for all geographies to have equal say into how the way forward for governance is going to look like. So,
thank you, Sarah. I'll come back to you, Dr. Alail, but I think we have one final question from the floor from Beatrice from OCWAR. Please, if you can hear me, the floor is yours. If I could ask you to keep it brief, Madam, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So just two quick questions. One is that space security is a fairly new area. And so for some, it might be a bit abstract. So has UNIDIR thought of maybe partnering African universities or institutions to conduct more research? Because I had a colleague 2 years ago in Geneva, where her research focused on space security, but getting research data and all that was difficult. So probably some partnerships to conduct a lot more research, and particularly also to get an African perspective, an African narrative to this, because normally we don't have that African narrative. So partnership with Africans to get the African narrative to space security, I think would be key. And then the last question was to put a human face to space security. It looks too abstract. So how can we put a human face to it so that people can relate more to it?
Thank you. I think that's a really good idea and a really good question. Thank you very much. Perhaps if I could put the last question, if you want to have any wrap-up remarks, Dr. Alail, perhaps I can give you the floor first and then I'll turn to Sarah. Please, madam.
Okay, thank you. I think Sarah has already answered the question on inclusiveness, but I just want to say programs organized like this by UNIDIR, it's also a way for everyone to participate. Madam Yakubu already raised the question, she's already aware. So I believe we need to just continue the awareness in every, some gathering like this. We need to continue talking about space security. It is not very, very new to those in space arena within us, but I think it's just the awareness around it, because we've not been able to get together to agree on many things. So we continue to have this kind of conversation for everybody to be included. And I think recently, everybody wants to participate in things. And so regional, I think by the time we move a lot of I think if I do have an opportunity, I will also inform United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs to actually also organize, regional workshops like they used to do in the past when they were trying to create awareness about space programs and the benefits of space, but that has reduced in recent times. I think it's high time they now, involve regions, regions now in a lot of space discussion. And of course, I think what the last lady said is, yes, we need to work more with the universities and to continue to collect data and have African perspective about, there's a regional center actually, instituted by Office of Outer Spaces and University of Ife. I think whoever is in charge, they need to do more and work more with other universities in ECOWAS region to collect data across, because we do have a number of Africans right now owning satellites and participating in space activities, and more are actually willing to. And Africa is getting more and more interested in space. As I said, access to space is becoming, it's becoming cheaper and it's becoming more affordable for countries to launch satellite, because no matter how small it is, Ghana has put in some study satellites, some research satellites in space, even though they are microsatellites, but Ghana is also considered a launching state. So because we have several African countries already showing interest in space activities, so I think it's on the right path. If UNIDIR, if UNOSA, and every other international bodies, you know, involve everybody, go to regional, collect their opinion, stakeholders, and, you know, get everybody involved so that, as Madam Yakubu said, in another 50 years, our children are not going to be saying, why did you make all those problems for us? So that's on that note. I think UNIDIR has done very well in bringing this particular discussion to the West African region. And I want to thank ECOWAS for also doing a very good job in getting their member states to actually participate actively in collecting all these data that we listen to, the result of which we listen today. And I wish everyone, you know, very good, what I'm saying, implementation of all the recommendations and take back homes after this workshop. Thank you very much from my side. Over to you, James.
Thank you very much. I think that's a really useful set of points. And if I may, I think it'd be useful to follow up with you and indeed any other interested parties in the room on the possibility of further collaboration moving forward with universities and other actors afterwards. So thank you for raising that. Sarah, I think you now have the final word. So the floor of the screen is yours.
Yes, thank you. So I do love the question of how to put that human face to space security, you know, because we often think, you know, space is far removed, but it's very connected to all the terrestrial conflicts and that are happening. And it's not removed from all the geopolitical tensions that are happening. And so I think one of the ways to address this is an angle that we're working towards to help states navigate the fact that space safety and space security aren't always as separate, and they're kind of the same part of a coin of space sustainability, and that there are some areas in like space debris, for example, where where they are connected, and so we should be able to have that conversation even more so. And with that, then we can put the human angle to space, and in particular for getting the African narrative, which is extremely important. That's where I think us working with the African continent of more regional workshops, so we can do localized capacity building. So using this platform as a way to raise the platform of local experts and utilize, Dr. Lala had talked about advocacy of think tanks and also civil society as well. And civil society comes with great network mapping for regional areas for experts there. And so if we utilize civil society of those regions and take advantage of that local network mapping that they already do, then you can give platform to experts in the area to be able to keep advancing that conversation and then take it out of the region as well, so that those voices transcend beyond just the region. And so I think those are the things that we're hoping to continue working on specifically as the bridge builder. And we're excited for those partnerships, and we hope to follow up with you guys more. But yes, thank you for your attention and for listening and being part of this conversation.
Thank you, Sarah, for not least for being more articulate, the means of expressing these voices on transcending voices and the face for space. I think that's useful. Indeed, I'd like to thank the both of our panelists for what has been quite a bit rapid, but I think a very insightful panel. I'm really very grateful for you both giving up your time to sort of contribute to this discussion. I'd also like to thank the UNIDIR team and also ECOWAS for making this possible. And thank you, those of you in the audience, for joining us at this event. I'd also encourage you as well, we do have a webpage looking at space security with a number of resources on it. If people are interested, then please do have a look. And if you have questions or ideas, which I think were really useful in the discussion, please do get in touch and reach out to us, because we're always happy to talk. For now, though, I think we've caught up with some time, but I suspect people may want to break. But it just remains for me to say thank you all, and I hope you continue to have a really excellent and useful conference. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Abimbola, Jamie and Sarah, for an excellent final session for the first day of the first ECOWAS UNIDIR regional seminar on disarmament and arms control. Thank you so much to all previous panelists and to all the excellent interventions that we've had, both here in the room, online, and I'm sure over coffee and over lunch as well. We'll see you all back here tomorrow at 9:30, both for those people joining online and also for all participants in the room. And with that, I'll close the first day and look forward to joining you all for the second day. Thank you so much and have a great evening. Bye-bye.